Welcome to the Foul Play YouTube channel.
Hi everyone, Sunshine Christina here. Welcome to episode 14 of the Crime Theory Exchange. I think since those calls came out, has it been a couple of weeks now, Jax? How many weeks has it been? 2 weeks?
Oh, yeah, it's been a couple of weeks. Yeah, absolutely.
I think pretty much that's all anybody's really kind of talked about and dug in and tried to understand, simply because it's clear that what officers are talking about on the phone is not what is being written down as what they are doing. And I'm still stuck on November 3rd. So today we're going to discuss what I think officers were able to get from Teresa's cell phone and her PDA, what information they obtained about her last location, and why I think that, and I want to hear what everyone else thinks about it. And then we're also going to discuss a little bit about on November 6th, Manitowoc had Orth set up a roadblock or a series of roadblocks that quarantined a stretch of highway, and there was a specific road that was impacted. It's miles north of Avery Road, Avery Salvage Yard, and that is Xander Road. So first, let me introduce my wonderful co-host, Jack, who without him, this show wouldn't even be possible. And I want to say hi to everyone in the chat. How are you today, Jack?
Doing good. Better. Actually, I was under the weather for a couple of days, and appreciate everyone's patience and waiting on me to kind of get through whatever the hell that was. I don't want it again. Yep. Wanted to say hello to Jennifer and Jinxie's here with us, and then chat. Susan, hi Susan, Alice, everyone else. Jennifer, I see. Yep, Jennifer Madding. Yep. Hello. Glad to be here.
And today on the panel, we have with us Alice. How you doing today, Alice?
Hi everyone. Hi Christina. I'm doing okay today, thanks. Glad to see people in chat. Well, thanks for coming.
Did you get your computer stuff sorted?
Yes, I did. I'm actually using the PC because both my laptop and my PC decided to do updates at the exact same time. So I had to download Discord onto the PC, and then so I'm working on the PC. So I hope you can hear me all right.
Oh, you sound good.
Fine, yeah, really good. And the lovely checking conviction is here today. How are you today, Linda?
She is muted with her earphones off too.
Yes, she is. Well, how are you today, inexplicable Susan?
I'm good, thank you. How are you, Christina?
I'm doing good. I was telling y'all earlier, it has rained here in Florida for 3 days. So I'll be happy when that's over with.
We got snow last night.
Oh, okay, I'll take snow.
We got 3 or 4 inches at least.
Yeah, it's going to be 60 by the weekend, 70 actually, so I'm not too worried.
And Mystic Jinx, how are you today, dear?
Hello, I'm good. Hi, peoples in the chat. How are you?
What's the weather like in Illinois today? Is it cold there?
It actually snowed on Monday, but by Monday evening it was pretty much all melted. There's still a little sprinkle out there, but it's supposed to get warm this weekend. And by next weekend, when I go on my little staycation here, it's going to be in the 60s. So I'm excited about that. Yay!
So this cold front's not supposed to really hit y'all at all, then. It's going to miss y'all. That's pretty cool.
It hit us.
I hope so.
I hope
so. Don't be jinxing it.
It hit us. So it's north of you, Jinxie. I don't know, man.
But it skipped over because Susan got it where she's at, and I'm in between the two of you, and I didn't get no snow. Knock on some wood.
And Sappercott, how are you today?
Fantabulous.
Fantabulous. I don't like. What's the weather like? Where are you at? Out west, aren't you?
I'm in Idaho.
What's it like over there?
Let's see. It is 38 degrees and overcast.
Okay. Yeah. I think
Which is spring in Idaho.
that is spring. Being from Florida, I don't do well if the sun's not out for like if it rains for 3 days, I think it affects my endorphins. I truly believe that. And Zoe, how are you?
Hi everyone. Oh, I'm okay. I just literally came home and it's almost 9 p.m. here, so it was a busy day, but I'm home now and the day is almost over and I'm happy I made it in time for the CTE.
Yay, me too. So I think the first thing we're gonna do is play this call from Remiker to the DCI. I think this call occurred around 8:12. Does that sound right? On November 3rd.
I don't remember. I didn't write it down. So
Yeah, I think it was around 8 p.m. I seem to remember that being the time that he called them. And keep in mind now that not only did Remiker call the DCI, we also know, and correct me if I'm wrong, Calumet County called Teresa's cell phone. The Wisconsin Department of Justice called Teresa's cell phone. And Manitowoc County called Teresa's cell phone, right? All of them called there. But if you look at her cell phone records, I don't think any of those calls show on her call record. Is that accurate?
Her call record
I don't think
on the first, I think.
Right. We don't have it after the
second or third or after, except for the voicemail record, which only shows what voicemails were left.
Right. We don't have a call record past the first, so we don't know.
Right. And I find that odd. Okay, because until the phone shows up supposedly in Stephen's burn barrel on the 7th, they had no proof that the person responsible for why Teresa was missing did not have her phone. And even in 2005, as we'll see, turning a phone on for a moment would have allowed them to track where the phone was at and help better pinpoint who was in possession of it. So I always found the fact that they ended the calls before they knew the phone was destroyed, or let me rephrase that, they ended the search for call history before they had confirmation that the phone was destroyed. Odd. Why not get the calls for, for the entire month of November, right? Just ask for
the phone history ends before she's even reported missing. So, like, why didn't they get the second and the third phone calls? Because, like you said, who knows who was calling her? They say that Avery call at 4:45 on the 31st was like his alibi call. So any number of people could have been leaving an alibi call signature by just calling the phone, right?
That's
but
right.
They don't get the second, third, and she's not reported missing till at least the second, let's say. So why not have all the calls from the second on a list? Why aren't they there? I don't know.
Yeah, it's just it's very counter. It's counter to the seeking the truth, right? I think if you ended on the 31st, right after Stephen Avery called her, that last time when she was pulling in, it kind of paints a dun dun dun, dun, you
Of course
know,
of
like,
course it does.
and I think they were very cognizant of that. And I also think that there was other things they didn't want to show, in my opinion, regarding that. And so we're gonna play this call, and I'm just curious to see what people think of how Remiker phrases his question to the DCI guy, and how he kind of backpedals quickly. It's like he thinks about being on a recorded line and what he's saying, and changes his tune rather abruptly. And I found that kind of unusual. So whenever you're ready, Jax.
All right. Anyone here in Discord is probably going to have to unmute YouTube. Here we go.
The number you have reached, area code 60826671333, has been changed. The new number
I'm going to
is
fast forward it.
area 6.
This is the Dennis Jacobs call. Go ahead and play this one, actually. We can do them like that. Because this one's weird, too.
No, I don't know that. I don't think so. This is the second call. Unless I did it wrong.
Okay.
Department of Justice Answering Service, Bruce.
Hey, this is Detective Dave Remiker from the Sheriff's Department in Manitowoc. We've got a missing female adult. And what I was checking on to see if DCI, I know when I went to death school, they had some technology where they could ping cell phones. I don't know if you can help me with answering that, or you just answering the phones after hours, or
answering the phones after hours.
Yeah, okay.
If you need something handled tonight, I can try and get a hold of an on-call person.
Okay. Do you know if they've got that technology yet, or?
I have no idea.
Okay.
But let's see. You said this is Manitowoc?
Yeah.
Tony?
Yeah.
And
otherwise,
trying to locate the cell phone of a missing person, or?
Yeah, we went when I went to death school. They had a presentation where some guys came in with some high-tech equipment, and they had the ability to ping a cell phone on in an attempt to locate where a person was. And we've got kind of an unusual circumstance here with a possible suspect, and I thought I'd give it a shot and see what DCI can do for us.
Okay, what's your name?
Dave.
Dave.
Remiker, Remiker, detective.
Okay, Manitowoc County. Callback number.
I'll give you my cell, 920 323 1929.
1929.
Yep.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you. Bye.
Interesting call. And I'll tell you one thing I noticed that I didn't notice before. He said they brought in some high-tech equipment where they could ping a cell phone. Attempt to locate. I didn't pick that up the first time.
He's very specific about what they were able to do. Almost like someone had a cell phone and someone had the technology, and they demonstrated how accurate it was to the class. That's how I took that call. That's how Remiker seems to present it, right? He knows it exists, but then he quickly realizes the guy he's talking to is like a low level employee who really doesn't know anything about anything yet. So
Anne's Life and chat says He seems to be just speaking with an after-hours answering service, but he talks to the guy like he's an actual agent. He's speaking with Remiker as a putz.
Yeah, he is. So this call just really kind of just has stuck with me. And then, so I started, kind of researching what kind of tech was available, what tech the public knew the government had in 2005. And for those of you who don't know, because I didn't know this until not too long ago, if you're searching on Google, you can customize the date range that you search. So if you go to on your search engine where you type in what you're looking for, there's a little thing that says tools, and you click that and it says custom range, and you can put in search for like 2003 to 2005, for instance. And so that'll filter out everything but those years. I mean, still some stuff will slip through, but it really helps you focus on the area that you're trying to look for information about. And what's going on during this time is the Supreme Court is deciding what is and what isn't considered classified information when it comes to cell phones, because cell phones are still new. So officers and prosecutors are just pretty much getting whatever information they want. And more importantly, telephone agencies are just handing this stuff over. They'll give the lip service of we need a subpoena, but that Jacobs call clearly shows that they may say they need a subpoena, but they'll give you the information without it, right?
They did.
Yeah, they did. So I did some searching, and I think I sent you a thing where they were able to track a phone to with 150 meters of where it was at. Okay, that's 492 feet according to Siri. So now what they've always said is, well, her phone was shut off, they couldn't track it. Her phone was shut off, they couldn't track it. And that's all fine and dandy, except for the fact that we know it pinged a tower that Stephen Avery's cell phone didn't ping after he says they met, right? Do we all agree on that?
Is that the web page you wanted that's up right now?
Let me see.
Well, just while we're it's quiet, Jennifer Manning says in chat, very interested in what Sapper Cop thinks of the phone call, as he was a cop, correct? And Sapper says that it seems like a pretty innocuous call to him. And Sherry Lynn says, yes, they could definitely ping your phone back then. I had it done to me. I won't say any more. So, yeah, I mean, they could ping your phone back then. It was 2003, you know what I mean?
2005.
2005, yeah. See, too many bloody cases, Jack. That's what it is. 2005, you know. So that's when there was a lot more up-to-date phones and everything like that then as well. They could do a lot more than what they could do in 2000, and you know what I mean? So you're guaranteed that they could ping phones back then just for the sake of criminals and everything like that, you know what I mean?
I'm sorry.
So
go ahead.
So you wouldn't need a warrant to ping somebody's phone, because you don't need to actually access the phone to perform that function. The only time you would need a warrant is if you located that phone and now you wanted to actually get into it. Then you need a warrant, but you wouldn't need a warrant just to ping it.
I am curious though. The one, I mean, I think overall it is a pretty innocuous call, except for when he said that they brought in some specialized equipment. I'm not sure what that means. That part also may be innocuous. I don't know because I'm not savvy enough about that end of it. I'm just saying that caught my attention.
There is a so also available at this time, and I just want to put this out there because we've discussed whether Stephen Avery is being tracked or not. So law enforcement had begun taking advantage of this satellite technology that cell phones use to communicate, and tracking devices were also out that provided officers a way of discreetly following suspects.
You talking about the Stingray?
I don't know the actual name for it. I'm picturing like a little round device that they slide under the bumper that runs off a battery.
Oh, no. I was talking about the Stingray is a much more sophisticated piece of equipment that I read about. This could be some stuff that somebody has kind of latched onto and blew up bigger than it didn't appear that way from what I read about it. And this has been years ago that I read about this stuff. But the Stingray was able to literally get into a local cell tower that, an entity, law enforcement, whoever had the Stingray and listen and take in data. And by the way, hello, Tim Tedious. Thanks for coming.
Hey, Tim. Well, I was
Sorry, Christina, Terry Lynn in chat says, I think the equipment was expensive back then, so everyone did not necessarily have it, is all.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, that is true. It might have been too expensive.
But facing a $36 million civil suit. Let's not do that. Right?
Yeah.
So, I agree it was expensive, but this was in a Supreme Court filing. I'm going to read a quick excerpt. The document it came from is linked in the description box, but it says, by adapting the broader language, Congress may simply have been anticipating future advances in tracking technology. And this is dated in 2004 August of 2005. Such advances have indeed come to pass. Tracking devices have progressed a long way. Most agencies now have sophisticated tracking devices that use cell site towers or satellites. These types of tracking devices are usually monitored from the law enforcement agency's office. Through the use of computers, a signal is sent to the tracking device, it is pinged, and the tracking device responds. The signal is picked up using cellular telephone cell sites or satellites. The location of the tracker, and therefore the vehicle it's attached to, is determined through triangulation, and a computer monitor at the agency office shows the location of the vehicle on a map. These tracking devices are very accurate and can differentiate between a vehicle traveling on an interstate highway or the feeder or service road. The tracking devices will also provide the direction of travel and the speed the vehicle is traveling at. So I mention this only because since I've been researching this case, there's always been discussion about Stephen Avery being monitored. And if we could prove that Manitowoc County or the DOJ had him monitored, then we could have that information to establish that he was not where Teresa was when they pinged the phones, right? So, thoughts?
Well, if we take it for granted that the Teresa and her phone were still together, yeah, I agree with you.
Well, if we know Stephen Avery never left his house and Teresa left, then that kind of blows the prosecution's theory water.
That's right.
And bound by that.
That's right.
Wasn't O'Kelly known as Cell Tower Mike or
Cell
Cell Tower Mike?
Cell Tower Mike, and human lie detector.
So he basically should have been looking at the cell tower pings and stuff and trying to triangulate. I thought that's what they do. They ping, like the tower, they can ping the phone from the tower, but they don't. I don't think they actually had like GPS tracking on the phones back then, did they? Where they could like actually.
I think very few phones had GPS tracking at all. I don't know.
A Razor, right? Did she have a 3 or a 2? Does anybody know?
I'd have to look. I don't remember.
Yeah, I was looking into that, and it looks like the 3 had GPS, and then Dark Side posted a video earlier, and I didn't have a chance to watch it yet, explaining what her PDA, what capabilities that PDA had. I don't know if that PDA had GPS.
I don't think so. That was a Palm Zero, and I think that. Gosh, I looked into that too, and I don't think that model was wireless. I think it had to be hooked by a cable. I think there was a wireless model, but I don't think that's the one she had.
Okay, because I know some of them had the map function, right? They could use it for directions, and I just wasn't sure if hers was capable of that.
If it was capable of directions, why did she get on Google Maps on her computer and actually map out?
I don't think hers was. I think it was just a more basic thing, basically like a big fancy notepad she could add stuff to, and then she could just add all that stuff in there. And then when she got home, she just plugged it into her computer and through their software, download everything over to her calendar, whatever thing. I think that's how it worked.
Okay. Yeah.
Nan's life in chat says our government, military, and police have had advanced ways that many of us don't see or know of for decades after the fact. Just saying.
That's my what we're able to verify they're doing in 2005 is nowhere near close to what they're actually doing, right? Because they're always going to keep us in the dark about how capable they are of monitoring us. I think we can all.
I always heard that military was 5 to. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, keep in mind that this is Manitowoc County we're talking about, right? So they're not gonna, just because they're a law enforcement agency doesn't mean they're gonna have access to all that kind of stuff.
No. They'd have to go through the DOJ, I'm sure. But I mean, I was always told that the military is typically 5 to 10 years ahead of the public. I mean, especially for their more sensitive stuff.
And if you go and there's not really a lot of saves on the way back of the Wisconsin DOJ website for 2003 and 2005, which compared to other state justice agencies is unusual. There's only, I think, like 4 captures for an entire 4-year period, where other states have 30 or 40. But the DOJ was they love to brag. And we also have to remember that had just recently gotten a massive communications upgrade, right? Like a couple of months before Teresa went missing, because some people have speculated that Andrew Colburn using his cell phone to call dispatch was done because prior to that communications upgrade, that line wasn't a recorded line. I have no proof of that, but the old timers, when I read the old threads, that was that was thrown around a lot. So, but I find that interesting.
As in chat says, most PDAs had a dock to connect to a PC to upload or download whatever you were working on.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I have no experience with them.
I didn't have a Palm Zero, but I had another one. I can't remember the model number. I know I paid through the nose for it, but I needed it for my profession. It's very handy and worked really well, actually.
Yeah. What was it like? Kind of like a portable planner kind of thing?
Yeah, it was similar to a Palm Zero, but I can't remember what. It wasn't a Palm Zero. It was a different one, but there were several on the market at the time. So,
yeah.
I think what's more key on this call more than anything is if this call was indeed the night of the 3rd, you've got Remiker already talking about a suspect.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's key to me.
yeah, this call is dated 11/3 at 8:15 to 8:17 that evening. So yeah, it was on the 3rd.
They have tried desperately to make us think that the zippers was who they were going after, but I think from the beginning it was going to be Avery. I think a lot of this zipper talk is an attempt to kind of make themselves not look like they're targeting Avery here, simply because there's a few different calls, like the one guy, Tim Tedious talked about it. The one guy who comes back off after being off for a couple of days, and Uyghur calls him and tells him that, a girl is missing and he's been working the case for a couple of days. We don't know what day this call is. And he's like, do you know anything about it? And the guy's like, no. And Uyghur's like, yeah, we think she disappeared somewhere around, I don't know if he says the zippers or Highway 310 and B. And the guy says, oh, good. Like, I mean, that's not even a logical response to a woman being missing at all. So why would he say, oh, good, unless as soon as he heard she was missing, he was thinking that they were going to frame Stephen for it. And when he heard it wasn't Stephen, he was happy. You know what I mean? It's just not something I want to hear in the case.
Nan's Life in Chat says you also have Remiker asking Colburn about those plates. They were on top of Stephen Avery from the get-go, and the zippers was a ruse.
Yeah. Well, something, I don't know. There is, let's play the Jacobs exchange, that track 3 exchange with the SBC. Only because I have some info about the SBC that I want to share with everyone, so we all know who SBC is, what this number is that Jacobs called. Did anybody else try and call it? Or am I the only one?
Oh no, I didn't call any of these numbers.
So when you call it now, you get a Canadian business, and I find that odd because this is a SBC is basically Southern Bell Corporation. So when they say SBC Repair, it's not a repair service. SBC Repair is the department that specifically works with law enforcement. And there's going to be a document. It's in my Reddit post, but it's going to be attached in the description. And there is, I think it's like 12 or 14 pages. I might be off, but it's basically how law enforcement gets what they need to get their guy from Ma Bell, and how to write the subpoenas. This is what the information is going to look like. And I find that interesting because SBC at the time of Teresa's disappearance is a landline company. They also had just merged with AT&T Cellular, and AT&T and Singular had just merged. So SBC is who is doing everyone's phones in this case, as far as I'm aware. Because Teresa was it AT&T and then she had Singular?
No, she had Verizon and then she went to Singular.
Then she went to Singular. Okay, so Singular is AT&T, which AT&T is SBC.
That's right.
Yep. Her landline, the fax number, that is just bizarre, that whole conversation. That's SBC. Who did Stephen Avery have?
MCI, was it? I don't remember.
He
I
had
thought Teresa's landline was TDS or something like that.
Maybe it was, yeah, TDS. Yeah, I think it was.
So her fax number was SBC, but see, how does that even work? Her fax number?
No, her fax machine was on her account, like it was on her landline, which was TDS.
Okay, so this is how it works. I'll have to verify it, but I know. So Ma Bell owns all the phone lines, right? But they lease certain areas to other corporations.
That's right.
So they have access to everything because they were here first. But
basically,
they have a lot of others to also come in because you can't have a
monopoly.
That's right. You have to share even if you're the person who invented it.
Well, that was a huge case way back in the 70s or 80s when they broke up Ma Bell into different divisions because it was all one massive company and the smaller companies couldn't compete.
Yep. So even though she didn't have SBC, AT&T, Singular, she still had SBC with her landline for sure. Now, I'm not sure. I don't think Verizon, I think at that time Verizon and Nextel were the same. And then I just want to ask, somebody commented on a comment I made today that the prosecution got Scott Taddick's phone records. They just never gave them to Buting and Strang. Does anybody know if that's true?
I've heard it's true, but I don't know that. I can't prove it.
Okay. All right. I didn't know that. I was like, well, if that's true, show me the documents where they got them.
Well, maybe that's just a FOIA that's not written and needs to be sent yet.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. The worst they can say is no, right?
Yeah, I was just putting that out there for everyone because I'd never heard it. So what do people think? Am I crazy for thinking they knew where her phone last pinged within 500 feet?
So you're crazy. I can't say that you're crazy, but I don't know that we have enough to connect those things together. I mean, it's close. I give you that. And,
well,
I think a county, I think Sapricop's right. I think a county like MTSO, while they're a fairly large county, I guess, they're going to have help with that kind of shit.
Not only that, but if we're to believe their narrative, then Teresa's cell phone is destroyed at that point. So there's nothing to ping. So they would have gotten no information.
No, they would have gotten the last information.
Well, if it was still, I mean, that gets into, cell towers and their buffers and how long that shit stays in there.
That is a lie they want you to think. That is not true. They have the ability, and I think that's the point I want to make sure we can all see from the evidence that I have. They know within 500 feet the last tower Teresa pinged, without a doubt. And having someone say otherwise at trial was simply to make Stephen look guilty of a crime he didn't commit. Because she left the property that day, right? I mean, we all agree on that.
I agree. Yeah, she left.
And
well, what Remiker was trying to do is get them to do whatever they were to use whatever equipment the DOJ had access to to actually ping her phone right then, which would not have involved like a cell tower. They would have tried to tag her phone specifically at that point. That isn't what was used later when they tracked it and got the information from the cell towers. He was looking to make an active ping at that time.
Right.
So that would have yielded no results because her phone was dead.
Well, no, it wouldn't. So here's the thing about that. So yes, it was turned off, but we have no proof that it was destroyed, right? We don't know when it was destroyed. We don't know.
No, for sure. No, we don't.
No, we only know that it showed up in Stephen's burn barrel on the 7th. And we don't even know if that's her cell phone. Let's be real here. We have no serial numbers. We just have a phone that looks like hers, right?
That's right.
Yeah, so we can't even say 100% that's even her phone. It's just like the buttons from the Daisy Fuentes jeans. She owned a pair. She had a phone like that. She had that kind of PDA. There's no serial numbers conclusively establishing that those phone remnants were Teresa Hallbach's. And and that's how this whole case is made. It's could be
circumstantial.
But not,
it's all it's circumstantial.
It really is. They sold it like it wasn't, but it is.
Yeah, well, and that's why I said if we're to believe or if they are to believe their own narrative, then they would have known it would have yielded no results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the New York Times article that I wasn't able to send until later. It says that, and this is dated August of 2005. It says cellular operators like Verizon Wireless and Singular Wireless know within about 300 yards the location of their subscribers whenever a phone is turned on. Now, what's interesting about that is that's what the public thinks. But I also have a Supreme Court filing from a government authority saying that they know within 492 feet, 150 meters. So I thought that was interesting as well.
You ready for me to play this call?
Yeah, we can play it. Let me mute so I can listen.
Okay, everybody here in Discord, probably got to unmute YouTube. Here we go.
Hello, welcome to the SBC Repair. For repair to your telephone service, press 1. For information or repair of caller ID or SBC voicemail, press 2. To speak to our business office, to place an order, or to discuss your bill, press 3. If you are a contractor or other utility and are calling to report that you have damaged SBC facilities, press 4. To discuss the outside telephone wiring serving your home or business, press 5. For all questions regarding SBC dish, press 6. To repeat this information, press star. Please hold while your call is being transferred to the next available repair representative. Calls are randomly monitored or recorded to ensure the quality of our service. If you have DSL service on your line, please be aware that we may need to conduct testing that may interfere with using your data service.
Thank you for calling SBC Repair. My name is Katie. May I have the area code and number you're reporting?
Hi, Katie. My name is Dennis Jacobs. I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Department here. I'm trying to get through to your security people.
Okay.
Is there any way that you can give me a number or transfer me or something?
Okay, and Dennis, do you have a callback number?
Yeah, it's 920-683-4215.
Okay, and you're with what?
Manitowoc County, Wisconsin, Sheriff's Department.
Just 1 minute. Dennis, is this a number you can be reached right back at?
Yeah, that 920 number I just gave you.
Okay.
That's
Just
my
for verification purposes, I'll need to disconnect the call and hang up and call you right back, and then I can get you over there, okay?
Not a problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Detective Jacobs.
Hi, Dennis.
Yep.
Hi, this is Katie with SBC Repair.
Yes, Katie.
Okay, I have a number for you.
Okay, go ahead.
1-800-832-2998.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thanks again for calling SBC. Have a good evening.
All right, bye-bye. That's security now.
You have reached Asset Protection. Please hold. Your call is being transferred.
SBC Security, what's your emergency?
My name is Dennis Jacobs. I'm a detective with Manitowoc County, Wisconsin Sheriff's Department. We have a missing adult, and we have a phone number that she made a fax from, but cannot. We're just trying to verify the phone number and where it is.
Are you requesting a listing, sir?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you requesting a listing?
If possible.
This is an emergency.
Yeah, she's 25 and has disappeared.
Okay, because I have to let you know they may require paperwork on this.
Okay, that's not a problem. I can get a subpoena in the morning.
Okay. Can you spell your last name for me, sir?
It's Jacobs, Jacobs.
Okay, and your callback is the department?
Yeah, it's 920-683-4215.
That's 4215?
Yes.
Okay, the number you have, you need the listing on?
920-435-1367.
Okay. Let me access the system, sir, and I'll give you a call right back.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
Detective Jacobs.
Hi, SCC Security calling back?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, that number 920-435-1367
Correct.
is showing disconnected on our end.
Okay.
But I can give you the last known address for it.
Go ahead.
It's 215 South Quincy.
Okay.
This is a private parade.
Do you have a name to go with that?
The last known person that had that number would have been a Michael. Last name is syllable.
Okay.
Dan, space D-E-N, space H is in Harry, E-U-V-E-L.
Give me the last one again.
Sorry, H is in Harry, the letter E, U is in user, V is in victory, E-L is in Larry.
Vandenheuvel, I think.
I believe so. You're just good as mine, sir.
Well, I know there's a registered sex offender by that name, because I arrested him.
Oh, good. I'm glad you know. Very good.
Yeah, it's an ugly business sometimes. Can you tell me when it was disconnected?
It said last month.
Okay, that would make sense, because the last communication we had with her was a fax that she sent from that number a couple minutes after midnight on the 31st. Okay. Thank you. Are you going to need paper on this?
Our day shift, we don't take care of them. The shift, our day shift usually calls for that.
Okay, so they may call me.
Yes.
Well, if you want to leave a note, then I'm off tomorrow. So,
okay.
Well, maybe.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hey, is Mark Wiegert around?
I can check. Who's calling?
This is Dennis Jacobs from Manitowoc County.
Hold on.
Have his cell phone.
Sure. Hold on, please. Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Mark.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. I got a hold of Meritech or SBC Security.
Okay.
I got a name.
Okay, hold on one. All right, go ahead.
Michael, and it looks like it's Vanden Heuvel. It's V-A-N, and capital D-E-N, and the last name spelling is Henry Edward Union Victor Edward Lincoln.
Okay, Vanden Heuvel.
I got an address, which is 215 South Quincy, apartment number 3. That's a Green Bay. Green Bay.
Okay.
And if you give me a second, I'm going to run them through Accurate. That phone would have been disconnected at the first of the month.
Okay, because the fax comes from that phone number on the 31st.
Right, but it would have been canceled at the first on either at midnight, or November 1st.
Well, that's freaking weird.
Well, I got him. Looks like he was born in either 63 or 53. I got a 71 here too. From Vanden Heuvel. I got one in Green Bay, a Michael J, who was born in 71.
Okay.
That's probably going to be, I got one that was born in 77. But he's living in Seymour. I'm trying to match up the address.
Well, the way it looks from Auto Trader, she faxed her last stuff in on the 31st at 12:13 a.m. I believe. It's a 0013 from the beginning at 12:13 a.m.
Right.
And then she goes out the next day and makes and does those other appointments, and then that's the last we hear from her.
Right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have GBPD go over to Quincy and see who's living there and see what they can tell me.
Yeah.
Okay.
215 South Quincy, apartment 3.
Got it.
But if the phone got disconnected on the 1st, he might have also moved out.
Yeah, that's very possible. I'll do some checking on that end.
Mark, do the parents know any of her friends by name?
None of them. She's got a lot of friends from when she went to college in Green Bay. The parents don't know really any of them, is what they told me.
Well, we got one here. Let me give you the information I have, because he's probably the most likely one, I would think. His middle initial is J. John.
Okay.
And DOB is 0415 of 77.
Okay.
That's that's the youngest one of the bunch here. She was born in 80. Otherwise, our choices are 54, 44, 31, 49. Not likely, I would think.
I would think not.
Could be the youngest one. According to Mom and Dad, she doesn't have a boyfriend?
No boyfriend that they're aware of. No. According to friends, she doesn't have a boyfriend.
None of the friends have seen her, obviously, huh?
No.
Does she have a good friend, best friend, girlfriend?
There were two of her, what I believe have been her best friends from the area here, and they haven't heard from her, seen her. Also state that they don't believe she had a boyfriend.
Okay. Mark, what's your cell phone number?
418-4087.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to get a hold of Green Bay and see if they can run over there and see if they can find anything else.
Sounds good.
I'll let you know.
All right, thanks.
All right.
You want Mark?
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, that whole call is weird to me. It's pouring, so like it just thundered and lightning real bad. So if I fade out, I apologize.
Sherwin in chat says that this call started. Colburn called this call in 5 minutes of this call.
Yeah.
It could have been prior to where we started. Yeah, we focused on the Jacobs part of it. Yeah.
Yeah, this call started at like 9:15. Colburn says he was parked at a church at 8:40.
Hey, Jax.
At 8:40, he was near the area, and he said he was going to be parking in what used to be a bank and now an insurance company that's right there on the corner of B and 310, which is on the same side of the road as Zippers. So that's where he was first parked. That other call where he calls in the plates, or when he's right before he's talking and calling in the plates, when Remiker was talking to him, that's when he says he's in the church parking lot. And depending on whose like call record you believe, like the call record for dispatch at Calumet times that call about 9:17, but Manitowoc's time data on that call for the one calling it, did you call in those plates yet, was 9:21, and he literally turned around at 9:22 and called those plates.
What was your
And he was
question?
across the street from the park.
What was your question, Christina?
Well, no, I was basically covering it all. And I just want to, there's two things that I am puzzled about. There's that early morning call. I think Sherry Lynn has asked about it as well, where someone is asking about keys to get into the block, and the guy says, I can get into administration, but I can't get in, or you know what call I'm talking about?
Yeah, that's the Todd and Rob Herman. We suspect it's Todd and Rob Herman. Todd's manning the phone, and he calls and he says he needs to get in or needs to do something. He apparently already knew what he was talking about. It's really kind of weird. He's like,
Yes.
I can't get into the administration area.
I have keys to get in the building. I just can't get into administration. Now,
and that's when they bring in the credit card.
Right.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking about where they all are. While they're saying the insurance agency parking lot and they're at Hope Community Church, where they're actually at is about a half a mile or a mile down the street at that big Manitowoc County Highway Department building with a quarry behind it. It's I have a picture of it in the Reddit post. The Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department and Manitowoc County Highway Department used to be the same thing up until 1979. In 79, the Sheriff's Department became over the Highway Department, but the Highway Department and the Sheriff's Department are still run together, right? They work together. And we see that throughout this case, listening to these calls. The Highway Department and the Sheriff's Department share the same radio frequency. When they're talking about locking the gate at the quarry, they already have keys to it. And I think that people who patrolled that area likely used the highway department as a kind of substation for the sheriff's department, so they wouldn't have to go all the way back to the sheriff's office if they needed to use the restroom, or if they wanted to take 5 minutes, get out of the car, eat lunch, make a phone call to the wife or the whatever, do paperwork, meet with someone else before they did a raid on that side of the county, that kind of thing. Do I have proof of that yet? No, but it's the most logical thing for rural cops to do. It's how they do it in my state. They use those facilities that work together in the same budget, right? Because when they budget things, all these people come together and they all work on the budget together. When they have banquets, when you know what I mean, they've just known each other for years, and whenever they would have car wrecks and large accidents, large storms, if you read the historical newspapers, it says in there that the highway department and the sheriff's department together cleared the scene.
Are you talking about that photo I've got up on screen right now?
Let me see. Yes. Now this is on Highway 310, right past Q, which Q and B run the same direction. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Q and B run north-south. 310 runs like 147, kind of east-west, right? And so 310 runs Zippers and, I don't want to get it wrong, Zippers and Hope Community Church are near the corner of Highway 310 and County Road B. Manitowoc County Highway Department and the quarry, which is to the west or to the east of it, another quarry, not the quarry by Stephen Avery's property, are west of the Zippers, but it's only like a 4-minute drive.
Photo I've got on the screen now.
Let's see. Yeah, no, this is Xander Road, but this is good because this is where I want to go next. Now, so 310 is, so if you put the Avery 40-acre property, the Redont property, and the Manitowoc County Quarry property, that whole area, if you think of it as being in the center of a square, below that is the Zippers, okay? But above the Averys is Xander Road. So on November 6th, I sent you a screenshot of a Manitowoc dispatch log, and it shows that Sergeant Orth instituted a roadblock on Highway B and Highway Q and Highway BB and Highway B that only controlled traffic to Xander Road. This roadblock is never mentioned in any report, but we know that it is relevant to this investigation because it is included in the facts of officers' hours accounted for that Jacobs or Herman sent to prosecutors in this case. That file is available on the Foul Play website. And Orth is the one, I think it's 452 is his badge number. Sergeant Orth is the person that instituted it. Now, what's interesting about that, besides the fact of the 3302 Xander Road for sale sign that we know is an oddity in this case, is that I didn't screenshot that one. I sent you another map that may zoom in better. Do y'all remember Paul Metz, the guy who called in and officers say that he smelled the foul smell on the 1st, but he signed an affidavit for Kathleen Zellner saying that the fire was on the 31st?
Yep. It's on screen now.
Okay.
The other map.
All right. So this is where, so Xander Road runs east-west. They went up north to the next major highway, which is it's called BB. and they put a roadblock, and we know that they also had roadblocks that controlled 147 and Q, and I don't know about and then they also did Fisherville and Q. And so this allowed them to run Q and B without having any citizens seeing what they were doing. And this did not have anything to do with traffic to Avery property. Like, this did not affect the traffic.
All Xander Road.
Yeah, it was all Xander. All it did is it allowed officers to travel back and forth without citizens seeing them do so. Now, Paul Metz, his address, his home address is different than the address where he said he smelled the fire. I Googled his name and I came up with an address for him. He's deceased now. But I came up with an address for him that was, I want to say it's 2850 Xander Road. So it's like less than a quarter mile from 3302 Xander Road. And he says that, I mean, he was so concerned about the smell, he actually called the power company. It was that unusual of a smell. His cows freaked out, broke down the fence. And I don't know, for anyone who's been around large animals like that, certain things just set them off. And one of them is, unusual things going on out of the ordinary. And so there was something that, just wasn't sitting right with these cows who are normally docile creatures. And then you also have, I don't know why this just came to me, but then you have the woman who said she saw Teresa taking a picture of a cow. So that's, just want to mention that. So I think that whatever happened to her, the body was likely, it may have been staged originally at Xander Road, and that for sale sign was going to lead cops there, and there was going to be something of Stevens that tied him there, and that's how the crime was going to be connected to him. And then those phone calls from the jail kind of destroyed that. I mean, I know this theory's been around for a while, but every piece of evidence we get, we still can't discount this theory, right?
They couldn't place him off the property. That was their problem. They couldn't put him anywhere else.
Nope. But yet we have all this oddity about Xander Road.
Yeah, no doubt. It is weird.
Yeah, and then finding that Paul Metz's property was literally like right there, right around the corner from there. It's very strange. And it just makes you wonder, did she have, I don't know. And I really think that whatever happened to her right after she left the zippers. I think we might have to go back and start looking that I did read on the Inspiring Dad blog, there was a comment that said, did someone get in contact with her right after she left the zipperers and had her go to Xander Road to meet them? And that's where she was killed? Or, I think we can't say she went to Avery's last anymore. I think we have to open back up to the possibility that she went to Avery's, then Zips, and then was accosted and separated from her phone and taken to I don't know. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, to me, I believe she drove off the property. It's hard to say for sure that if she actually went to the zippers next, but I think that's probably what happened. And at some point in that transaction or that transfer going from one to the other, something happened, whatever it was.
So the farm property was 2530 West Xander Road. That's what Paul Metz owned. Here's his, I'll put it in the crime theory exchange.
Wasn't it the corner of Jambo Creek Road and Xander up there?
Yeah. And that's kind of funny because they had that roadblock at Jambo Creek for a while as well. And there's no narrative whatsoever about what officers were doing in that area at all. Right? There's no police reports written about it.
No.
Yet we have let me find it. Right here.
Maybe you need the FOIA words, because maybe they gave it a different case number because he's calling in some kind of burning fire or something, and maybe they didn't connect it like to that
Incident.
case file
That incident.
that is actually the Avery case. So it might have a case number of its own. So I would ask for Orth's records of what he was doing from like November 3rd to November 12th. You know, like all of his records, like all of his reports that he wrote for whatever cases he worked on. Because you might find like they did change the case file, the case number at one point, right? Like there's two different case numbers for this. So there might be another case number, like if Metz called it in and said, look, I'm smelling this fire going on, it might not have been related to the Averys at that point. You know what I mean? Like,
and isn't it interesting that we
given it case numbers, all it's
saying. And isn't it interesting that we haven't come across that call yet?
Which call?
The Paul Metz call.
Oh no, I haven't heard that. No, no. Mm-mm.
Nope.
Nope. But I have heard Orth on the radio about these roadblocks you've been talking about. That is recorded.
Yeah, and then I just took a snip of the actual dispatch. Now I sent in a that's a really good idea, Jinx. I sent in a records request asking for the officers, the dispatch narrative for all officers who worked the Avery case, just to see if they give me the same thing we already have or not, because I'm curious now that we have a new person in charge. Because if you look at the first page of the file that's on the Falfway website regarding the dispatch narrative, there is a sticky note that says, note, 1-page edition of the log replaced with earlier log. So I would like to have I want to make sure that I get the one that was replaced, because what changed, right? And it's from Shutter. So, and here's a copy of this duty log. I'll throw it in the CT thing, and that should be included in the description box for people to look at as well. I just find that really odd that they're changing it. You know,
I've got it on screen now.
Okay. And I have asked several times because from Calumet we have a pretty detailed detailed location register for their officers. And another thing I want to mention about that is that Teresa lived on Highway B in Calumet County. But a lot of this stuff that we're dealing with is on Highway B in Manitowoc County. And there's no county listed. It's just the street address. So they could very easily have been logging in what was hers? 3367 CTYB. Does that sound right?
Something like that. I can't remember.
Yeah. So they could have put in 3367 CTYB Manitowoc, and knowing that the report's only going to show the 3367 CTYB, and we could be thinking that all these officers are at Teresa's and then a few minutes later at Avery's, but logistically that's impossible, right? Because Teresa's house is not 5 minutes from the Avery property.
Oh no, that's a little drive there.
Right. So what if there was, like, they were meeting at the Manitowoc County Highway Department, which is right off of Highway B in 310, putting in 3367 CTHB or CTYB, because we'll think it's Teresa's, but in reality, everyone's congregating at the highway department discussing what they're going to stage and then going to the Avery property after that. Because in these calls, you hear them all. They're like, yeah, I got to the office about 6 this morning. But if you look at their timesheet or their sign-in sheet, they're not signing in until like 6:40, 6:30. You see what I'm saying? I really think that there was an off-site location where everyone met. They discussed what they were going to pretend to be doing that day. They would go to the Avery salvage yard. They would play games at the command post. They would pretend, because we know nothing happened there, right? We know that. You know, we know that most of the officers pretending to be opening these trunks know that Teresa Hallbach is not going to be found. You can kind of see it in the lack of urgency when they're looking for her. You know, there's never this time's running out to find her alive narrative at all. It's like they knew she was dead from the beginning. And so why else would they be staging this unless it was to sell a story they knew was fictional? And you can't very well do that with the media recording you, but you got to have a rehearsal. You hear the talk about the guy getting the poster boards and putting up some timeline. And that they should have already had. This is like day 3. So why else would you be doing timelines unless you're trying to sell a story? I don't know. Any thoughts?
I don't know. It's pretty complicated for me. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, and I do think that there was some obfuscation. I do think that there was definitely an element. This is the thing with the new calls. I get this element, this overboating element that we're going to get Avery, that they were after him and they were going to get him. There's no golden key here with any of it, but taken as a whole, that's what I get from it. If that makes sense.
There's not one call on there where anyone acts like they're looking for a missing woman who could still be alive.
No. I mean, at the end of the beginning, there was some a little bit of trepidation, and when I mean the beginning, I mean around the 3rd and the 4th. But something definitely changed on the 4th. Between the 3rd and the 5th, something altered in their conversation, with the exception of Jacobs and his phone call, obviously, do we have a body yet? Is Stephen Avery in custody yet? I don't know. He was on it like pretty early.
Yeah.
Then
I feel like that license plate call, that's when they knew she was dead. That's also, and if that's the case, if they knew she was dead when they had the license plates, they knew she didn't die on the Avery property, right? I mean, they knew that.
I think for a lot of them that's probably true. I think for some of the line officers that were just there to do security, they probably were just like following the leader, kind of, and they're listening to the conversation of their lieutenants and captains and so forth, and they're just kind of falling in line and saying, "No, well, they just believe what they're saying." So,
right, Smart Brooks had a couple of questions. The first one was, so is the address for the fax? Was that the address the fax was sent from?
yeah, the fax is that's a whole interesting other can of worms from Teresa's fax machine, because it was clearly sent from her house. She had a fact that she had moved that fax machine from everything that I know, from Green Bay when she moved to her house there in Calumet. She just hadn't changed the number. But that line was clearly active. That line was active all the way up. I don't know when they cut it off, but it's definitely active all the way through the 3rd, because Auto Trader sent a fax to her.
Yeah, they were faxing on it. Now,
sorry, his other one is, what date were the roadblocks?
So the roadblocks on Xander, the roadblocks affecting traffic on Xander are on the 6th.
Yeah.
And if you put that in context with, then you have the Cuss Road stuff going on, right? And then you have the cell phone showing up on the 7th. Now, there were other roadblocks that went up on the 9th, but
and the 10th.
Yeah, I think the 9th and the 10th was to allow them to remove remains off of that 80-acre Manitowoc County government property that was connected to Redaunt's property down by the Avery property. See, I think, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It's saying, after the car was found, why have roadblocks so far away?
It wasn't just the car. It wasn't just the car. I'm sorry to interrupt. It wasn't just the car of concern here. There were so many other pieces to the pie here.
Yeah, it's saying, was the road running off Avery Salvage Yard ever closed, the one Teresa went left on?
Well, okay, to be fair, they set up and I laugh when I say this now, because I truly believe it was just it was all for show. They set up their command post at the entrance, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, from 147 and Avery Road, right?
Yeah, it was right in that area. That's correct.
Yeah, where the propane tanks are, I think. Like in that area? And further up.
I think it was further up. I don't think it was where that big propane tank was. I think it was further up towards Avery's.
Okay. So not where the kids got off the bus at. It was actually up even closer to 147 then. So that's where the command center was. But yet these roadblocks were further west on 147, where Fisherville, Q, and Old Y are. So it was they were controlling traffic coming from south on Q from the Zips and north on Q from Xander. And the reason they were doing that from the south is because that's where I think they were meeting in the morning, and they didn't want people to see that all these cops were hanging out off of the Avery property prior to going to the, quote, command post. And then everything to the north was blocked while they got everything loaded up to be brought down to cuss. We have that restage note. They restaged at cuss because they couldn't do it on the Manitowoc County owned property, because you don't want people connecting in their heads that, Manitowoc County property is controlled by Manitowoc County government employees, like the one Stephen Avery is suing. So they want to separate that in people's brains. So they do it at Redaunt's property. That's why they met with him in the beginning, to get permission to use his property. They used property to stage it and carried it over. That's my thinking. That's my opinion.
I think we're giving these people way too much credit. I don't think the intelligence level of any of these officers is high enough to go that deep into planning. I mean,
no, the only one that I
was
think
the
that could have,
only-
yeah, I was going to say Sapper. The only one that I think that could have done it was Couché. He was smart as shit, but these other guys.
Couché was the only guy there who had bona fide intelligence training, based on everything he did in the military and in Vietnam. Outside of that, the rest of these guys, they're 2-bit cops. They're not. Again, they're not Mensa candidates. So this is a lot of planning and logistics that I don't think these guys are capable of.
So here's how I see this being done. So the cops, the idiots who did this, are responsible for the crime scene being on Xander Road that Stephen Avery definitely has an alibi for, right? So then you have prosecutors and people like Deb Strauss, who calls on the 4th, volunteering to get Stephen Avery, not even asking about Teresa, sent by Peg L to contain the mess. And no matter what you think about these cops, the Attorney General's office is staffed with some very intelligent,
Yeah, there's no doubt that no doubt about that there.
Immoral, very immoral, no morals, very immoral people.
Morally and ethically bankrupt. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. But these are people who went to Harvard and Stanford and the Kennedy School of Law, which is where presidents go. I've done research on that. So they're cleaning up the mess. They're making sure that the case is rock solid. They know about EDPA, so they know as long as they can get a conviction and they do it rightfully, whether it's honest and just conviction, they don't give two shits about. As long as it's legally obtained, it's damn near impossible to overturn.
Well, I think they pushed the edge of the legal stuff really over the line, in my opinion. Just everything that I've read, but you got to think about not only the police, because they were one element of this. We also have to consider, as you said, the prosecutors. You also have to consider the DOJ and the AAG. They're tied at the hip. They were involved. Then you have to consider the crime lab. They had them in the hip pocket, Scary Culhane. And then finally, once we process forward, just not long, Avery's arrested on the 9th. He's charged on the 15th. They go before Willis. I don't think Willis is necessarily a bad guy, but I think he took the side of the state far too much and he allowed too much. Anyway, about to get off on that. You have all these elements that had to complement each other to do this. And I don't necessarily think it was by they all linked arms and made a plan. I just think that's just the way it worked. Because one element showed this and it's like, oh, shit, yeah, we got him here. We got this circumstantial stuff. That goes before the judge. Looks good to me, guys. Let's move forward. It was kind of that nature. And all along, we know that the cops helped the investigation. That's where really the kernel starts at. I do think that there were probably some relatively intelligent guys between MTSO, KSO, definitely the DCI. There was definitely some intelligence there, but it took I think there were a series of probably some mistakes in the beginning, and then they got their act together and were able to do what they did. But they had help. They had help. You've got to think about it in those terms.
So why? This is the question that I keep coming back to, and I'm sure y'all do too. Why would the DOJ so willingly make sure that Stephen Avery goes down for this crime? Besides the $36 million, what other scenario could be as bad as being exposed? Like, if it wasn't Stephen Avery and the truth came out, why would that be a bad thing for them? I don't think I'm asking this question.
Well, I think that the lawsuit was the reason. I think that the day he filed it, the target went on and the radar went up, and it wasn't going to happen. I mean, I look at other cases. We can simply look at the Holtzclaw case and look at what Oklahoma City did to these women that they used to convict Holtzclaw, and now they're trying to collect some change out of the Oklahoma City government, and they're like, no, bye. You're not getting anything from us. Get out. So I think that it was. I think it all. Yeah, go ahead.
The lawsuit would have proved, if he won it, even if he didn't get 36 million and he only got $1 million, it would have proved that not only did they basically wrongfully convict him on malice in the 80s through the lawsuit, but it'll also show that Peg Lautenschlager and her clan of people who investigated it and said there was no wrongdoing, it also shines light on that, right? Because then the courts are saying,
No doubt.
yes, there's wrongdoing. So they don't want their pride to be hurt either. They don't want you to think, they don't want everyone in Wisconsin to think that they are corrupt bastards. I mean, what kind of doors would that open?
Yeah.
Right. It would ruin careers. It would expose a mess.
We don't know what floodgates would have opened.
Yeah. They did not want to clean up their mess. They wanted to just keep on doing what they were doing.
They're still linked arms.
Yeah. So it was easier for them. But what I was going for, even more than all that, which is true, this is why they did it. But if they suspected that Teresa Halbach was killed with the intent purpose of framing Stephen Avery to stop the lawsuit, knowing that Peg L whitewashed the investigation into the civil suit, trying to sweep it under the rug, that too would have just been, a opening up another can of worms on top of it.
I go back and forth on that, and it's really difficult for me to believe that a law enforcement agency. I'm not saying that there's not agencies out there that are crooked enough that would do that, and I'm not saying that they didn't have some pretty bad people in these law enforcement agencies, but I go back and forth about thinking that anyone that was currently employed at Manitowoc or Calumet would do that. Now, we got to back up and think about who was sheriff prior to that, and he was in the crosshairs of this civil suit. He'd been in power for a long time. I don't know. I
and back to the fact that Peterson hauled ass. He didn't even want to be in the state of Wisconsin on Halloween.
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that was another coincidental thing that I'm not big on coincidences when it comes to this kind of stuff. I'm really not. They bother me.
No. And I mean, you just, and then I think about how Prats and Fallon and Gahn just kind of left exposed Ryan Hilligus and Scott Blodorn and Mike Halbach, letting them come on the property, calling them untrained law enforcement, just doing these things that are so clearly not acceptable, right? And I wonder if it wasn't all intentional to keep the public and to keep everyone's focus on that while in the background,
I don't know that it was intentional. I just think it's another one of those things that just worked out like that. They just used it. I don't necessarily think that some of these things were actually even planned. I think they happened and it worked, and they were able to capitalize on it.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm curious to see what this records request gets, and I think Jinx has a great idea, trying to come up with seeing what else, what all Orth was working on that day.
It's really concerning to me because we've talked about this. I probably to length, at least in Discord, maybe not on any live, but and Jinx knows exactly what I'm talking about. All these different incidence numbers that are really connected to the same thing, but if you don't know it, you don't get the information. Or if you don't, it's like it goes into a black hole somewhere, and I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
So it looks like Remiker actually created this other case number when he did his report for when he was being arrested, right? He was arrested for the murder on the 15th, right? November?
Yes, that's right.
So that's when this was created, Tuesday, 11:15 at 11:55 or 10:55. So the 8844 number to the 9184 number, there's got to be plenty of reports between those two numbers for those days between the 3rd and the 15th. So I would ask for maybe any report written between these case numbers also for anybody that was on the property, even Jacobs maybe. It might be listed under a different case number.
There's no with the documents they've provided say that all for this investigation, no action for road blocking Xander Road.
Right, just in the chat is how many more cases would there have had to have been reviewed if they'd been found out? Because the DOJ did an investigation in 85 and they found nothing wrong. You know what I mean? So if they found something wrong back then, how many other cases would they have had to have reviewed? You know what I mean?
Just to add to that, Alice, before you get to the next comment, I do think that, well, I'm sure they found things wrong and they covered it up. They pulled stuff out. There were things that got removed from that report, the reporting that went from Deb Strauss and Amy Lehman and filtered up through the various lawyers and so forth before he got to Peg. I'm sure that they saw that there were things that were bad, and they whitewashed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and then he says, Justin says, why does Deb Stratus call the night before the RAV was found offering her services with info against Stephen?
Well, that's a damn good question because, I mean, it's one thing for her to call and offer her services, but then she caveats that, however you want to say it. I don't really like, basically, I don't like Avery. That, to me, she's done to me. You're off the case. You go back to Madison or wherever the hell.
And what bugs me the most, Paul, what I'll tell you though, it sucks that she, already got Stephen on the brain. But what bugs me even more about that call, the fact that this is a missing person investigation, and not once did she inquire about whereabouts, an update, if there was any news. Teresa was not once. Yep. She never mentioned it at all.
Alice?
No, we're good. I didn't realize I was still
I do. Okay. Thank you, Alice. I do. We haven't heard really from. We've been kind of hogging the conversation. It's not by intent, I promise. Susan, checking Linda, Tempedius, anybody? Thoughts, comments about what all we've been talking about here?
I just joined. I'm sorry.
I tend to agree with Sapper regarding all this.
Level of intelligence.
Yeah, and all this planning and kind of set up behind the scenes. I just don't think that happened.
I think there was some, but I think it was minimal. And like I said, I think these other things just fell into place. I think there were probably other things that we are unaware of that happened that that are not included. So they're not really part of our overall view, right? There could have been some major fuck ups that we don't know about. I mean, it's like oh gosh, Avery Wave had sent in or made a tweet about a few of the calls that were interesting. They're not gold nuggets, don't get me wrong here, but one of them was about, apparently there was a fight between MTSO officers and CASO officers about who was covering what, and it turned into a pissing contest. Now, you know, they don't get into
I
that.
haven't heard that call. I want to hear that call. Where's
That's
that call at?
That's the last one I did last night.
Yeah, I just
I'll have to go listen to it.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, you should listen to it. We should really discuss that call because I have a completely different take on that conversation.
Well, I can play that call right now if you wish.
All right, yeah. Do y'all want to listen to it?
It's not that long.
I'll listen to it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me get it pulled up.
All right, I'm gonna mute.
Playlist. Where the hell did I put? Okay. Okay, give me just 1 second. I got it pulled up. Let me get the screen flipped over. All right, here we go.
Sheriff Front?
Yes.
Okay. You do not need to do anything, sir.
Okay.
On everything. State Patrol, send your own cover. Calumet County is going to take the gravel pit.
Okay.
Okay, they're going to take one of their guys, relieve the girl, and Calumet is coming in at 10 o'clock to take the gravel pit.
Okay.
So we're clear, and they're handling their own brakes.
Okay.
They've got their own floater. If they need anything, they will call us.
Sounds good.
So that's it. I don't know what the hell this other shit's getting into, but there was some nasty words said on the radio or on the phone.
For the state?
No. About people sticking their nose in.
Oh.
So they got it covered. They got other shit they got to cover, and I'm gonna have to do some shit at 4 a.m. I gotta stay late now.
Okay.
But that ain't gonna affect it. They got everything covered. Don't worry about it. If they need anything, they will call us later. But they should be smart.
Sounds good.
So just gonna play an open beat for us, and hopefully we'll survive without having to do anything.
I'm sure we will.
All right, man.
All right.
Later.
I mean, I tried to be polite when I wrote the title, and I didn't want to say what I think happened. I can't prove it, but that's what I read from the call, that there was a freaking fight between these officers about who was doing what.
People sticking their nose in where they don't belong. I think that's kind of interesting because I believe there's another call where I don't know if it's Syme or what, but they're talking about they think they're going to get control over this case, like early on. It's like, how do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But then there's another call talking about how they're a conflict of interest. So it's like, it's depending on who's talking. You're
And-
getting like the pissing contest, right?
And then you have Calumet with that call where Bushman goes and relieves the Calumet officer and takes over watch for the entire area. Remember that?
I'm not
That's
sure.
Call.
Is that on Cuss Road on the 7th?
That I'm not sure. No, I was thinking it was on the 6th, but I could be
'Cause
wrong.
I don't think Bushman was on the property at all on the 6th. At least I don't see him signed in at all. I think he comes on the 7th.
On the 7th.
Right. Signed in on the 6th, but we also know that those sign in, sign out logs are not strictly enforced. There's tons of times where they sign in and not out, or out and not in. We know that
not at all.
Yeah, and we know they're on the property and they don't sign in at all. I know that there's a call from Calumet saying Manitowoc just relieved me and I'm on the way back, and it was on the night shift. You know what? It might have been the night of the 6th going into the morning of the 7th. But anyway, I think that was those two guys. I think that could very easily be them just, saying they're not going to get involved in it.
Well, I mean, I just kind of took it also, listened to his words, that there had already been some other phone calls that were ugly, because he said bad words on the phone here.
Mm-hmm.
Been bad words. I couldn't exactly quite understand what he said. Maybe others could hear it better. Been bad words on the phone here, phone dispatch. So I don't know.
It's I think we're just gonna keep finding little nuggets. You know what I mean? Just listening, and then you hear radio calls in the background of some of these calls. And we haven't had the time yet to sit down and just go through them all. Sherry's done a great job. Sherry's done a phenomenal job.
Oh, on the phone calls. Yeah. I was talking to Sapricop earlier, and I recorded over 200 of the radio dispatch, and I listened to a lot of them. And there is some interesting stuff in there. There are no bombshells, or I would definitely have written it down. But I'm going to have to take the time and go through them again, because I think, from a historical standpoint, I know not everyone's interested in that stuff, but for me, it feels like, because I've been involved in it so long, it just gives me a better understanding of the overall. That's me.
Well, yeah, I think that once we get them all categorized, labeled, and dated as best we can, if we take these calls and then intermingle the Calumet calls going on at the same time, add all of them together, and then we take the officer badge numbers with the officers, and we can place those officers in those calls doing whatever they say they're doing, because we know what they're speaking is going to be closer to the truth than what they're writing, right? Because we know they're writing lies. I think.
Oh my God! Yeah.
All these reports are lies. All right. And so I think there's an opportunity. It's going to be a lot of work, but there's an opportunity to kind of try and nail down who was where on what day.
Well, it'd be nice, to create at least for some of these calls, to create maybe a PowerPoint presentation where we have the call playing, we have the officer, the badge number, and have them identified at a location, to give a more visual approach to the case. It is more tedious, we've got basic software. We don't have the really fancy, easier stuff to work with, but I think that gives a good overall.
Yeah.
Well, didn't all those spreadsheets that Angie B made way back in the day be a good kind of foundation or jumping off point? Because I think she pretty much already plotted way back then where most of the players were at what time.
She did, and we've still got those. She did a great job.
Yeah. According to testimony and reports, she sure did. That's right. And she phenomenal job. That was a lot of work.
Yeah, that was. I've got that in the TTM wiki page.
I still use that a lot, actually.
Hey, Tim Tedious,
Yeah,
are you here, man? Not talking. Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, South.
Sorry, I'm just getting inside. I'll be available in a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Awesome. That's cool. He got to listen.
Yeah.
So here's something going on. He's Justin says he had to stay late and now he's doing something at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
Like he says that. And wasn't it that morning that like 5 a.m. that the other two were trying to break into some office?
Yeah, the Hermans.
So it's like within that same time frame, right?
That's right.
That he's back on the clock. And so who is this, Jeff? Is that Jeff who's going to be on the clock at 4 a.m.?
No, it's the dispatcher, and we don't know whether they're unidentified. Jeff's the one he called.
And the dispatcher's unidentified?
That's correct. They didn't identify. They just said,
Was it a man?
Hey, it was a man, yeah, and it said, hey, Jeff. That was how it started out as soon as the phone call went through.
We can write. Give us the give us the dispatch names. I had gotten some of them.
I think we've got several of them actually.
Yeah.
I have Shelly Braun, Pam, Lori, Katie, Lori, Michelle, Lynn, Michelle, two different Michelles, two different Loris. Jody, Carrie, Kathy, Karen, Dawn, Ann, Carla, Katie, Susie, Nikki, Kathy, Lori, Cindy, and Nicole. I don't see any man's names on there.
That could have just been one of the, it could have been another officer calling and saying, hey, you don't need to worry about that shit. And not necessarily a dispatch. Possibly.
Time, maybe.
Or Shutter. Was that Shutter?
Didn't sound like Shutter to me.
Okay.
It didn't.
They all sound the same to me. They really do. They either sound like
me too sometimes.
I can pretty much identify Jacob's voice. Did you by chance listen to that call that somebody posted on Reddit? It's that the cat posted earlier. Anyone?
Which call? What's it about?
It's a call that's supposed to be Colburn and Katie, the operator, about the 99 Toyota plates. It's somebody clearly has done a voiceover and created this. It's a fake. It's wrong. It's not Colburn. Yeah. I can tell it's not Colburn's voice.
Huh. Yeah. See, I just posted to Forkham about intentional misinformation.
Oh my God. Don't get me started.
Yeah. I mean, who's doing that? Either a troll or someone trying to keep us from accurately researching.
Well, it's just a distraction, and to get in these endless arguments with someone like that. And I'm okay. They can go do whatever they want. But if I see them posting something as fact that they can't prove, I'm probably going to say something, even if I don't stay and argue with them for days. I'm probably going to say something.
Yeah, and that's what happened to me. His post actually showed up when I was looking for an old Xander Road post, because we haven't talked about Xander in a while. When someone came across the fact that Avery's computer had historical data showing a search for the Xander Road address, that for sale sign was kind of written off, right? And I think that may have been a mistake to do that, because if you compare Stephen Avery's handwriting to the handwriting of Teresa's cell phone number, in my opinion, they are not the same. It's clearly someone trying to write like Stephen. I think that
I'm not good enough with the handwriting kind of thing. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's really different. I can tell, but
I think that for sale sign was intentionally placed in the location was to link Stephen Avery to a secondary location And because you think about it, it's the only piece of evidence on the 5th that tied Stephen to Teresa to another property, right?
Has Stephen ever been asked about that?
I don't know.
Sign?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just an oddity, though, if you think about it, because as I'm recalling, Colburn's the one that pulled that thing out, right?
Mm-hmm. And they staged it so funny because it's the first picture of it, it's halfway out, right?
That's correct. That's right. That's right.
The second picture, they even place it on top of an Auto Trader magazine.
That's right.
Mm-hmm. It's like clearly staged. Clearly staged. They didn't even realize how obvious it was because it's kind of it's not, they're not intentionally doing it, right?
Why am I maybe I'm remembering wrong. I just seem to have this memory of Avery or Jody looking at houses on Zillow or whatever
Well, when we got the computer history for Avery's computer, there is a 3302 Xander Road in there. And I think the researcher's name was Whitaker, who was stuck on Xander Road forever. If you read and read it back in the day, they said that this was the explanation. Stephen just simply wrote Teresa's cell phone number down on the back of it.
That was JL Whitaker. Talked to her all the time.
Yep, that's and it kind of just everybody stopped talking about it. But even if that is the case, okay, let's say that's how her number got on the for sale sign. It still does not explain why on the 5th officers were not sent to Xander Road to verify Teresa Halbach wasn't being held there.
At least as far as we know.
No, they weren't. We know they weren't because there's no report. So it's official. But yet, we have this roadblock of Xander Road.
And we also have Shutter calling in and wanting all the information about that address. Remember?
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then we find out that was a property that was for sale at that time. Tom Kosurik was a real estate agent in a prior life. Yeah, it's just, it's things that make you go, I guess is how you have to label that. I'm looking for, what was that guy's name in the call we just listened to? Jeff or Justin?
Jeff.
I'm looking for a Jeff on here. Do you know who it was, Miss Jinx?
I don't remember any officer named Jeff for MTSO.
I don't recall a Jeff either, but I would have to look.
There's a
Jeff Hasterreader. Jeffrey Hasterreader.
Okay, there's a
or Jeffrey Frolic. There's a Jeffrey Frolic.
Yeah.
There's
a Jeffrey Hornick.
Okay, is it Jeff? And then I got one other question.
A couple Jeffs.
There is a female Manitowoc officer that I've heard on a couple of calls. Who is that? I mentioned it in a comment on one of our videos.
Yeah.
Say again, what was the question?
There's a female Manitowoc Sheriff's Department officer that calls and asks a couple of questions on one of the calls we have.
She's not identified, though.
Yeah, she's not identified, and there's really no female Manitowoc officers in this case. Besides
Christine Bressler, the praying chick, the one who was at, the one who let the jury get compromised with the pizza dude.
Oh,
Deb. There's 4 of them that I see just off my list.
Okay.
So one of those 4.
Mm-hmm.
And could it have been Scott Sengla was the one that was on the phone saying he'd have to be there in the morning, because wasn't he the one at the command center early in the morning on that call where they're talking about the credit card?
No, it's Todd. We think it was Todd that was
but he
manning the
talks
phone.
about Scott being over at the command center at that time. They want an MTSO officer over there. Who's over there? Scott. So could it be Scott Senglub that they're talking to? Or he's
Possible.
talking to?
Possible.
Was he a shift commander at all? Senglub? Whatever?
That I don't know.
remember.
I don't know. We need a we need a spreadsheet with all these people and their rank at the time. Really.
There is a spreadsheet. It just doesn't have titles.
Yeah, and I know that during that week, I think there was a few times they kind of had to swap out who was the ship commander and who was going here and who was going there because they were stretched a little thin in certain times.
It's just bizarre. It really is. It really, really is. And then, so in the description box is going to be a Reddit post that I wrote recently that has a lot of links to calls, stuff about Xander, the pictures of the Xander Road for sale sign.
On the screen.
Yeah, it's you know, I really think that their intentional ignorance of it. And then there is if you go to the Inspiring Dad blog spot, he wrote an article last year discussing the link with the Paul Metz call and the affidavit that he signed with Zoner.
On screen.
Yeah, and I find that unusual because that address was 2530 West Xander Road, and then we're at 33, or what was it, 3320?
Yep.
3020 West Xander Road. So, you know, that's in country talk, that is literally a hop, skip, and a jump.
Yeah.
And you would clearly, okay, and here's an example for you. So if he smelled something foul being a quarter of a mile, eighth of a mile away from, if that is where the body was burned, then that means the fact that no one on the Avery salvage yard smelled anything unusual that night is just another piece of evidence that no body was burned in that burn pit.
Maybe they were burning her electronics there.
Yeah, but I don't know if a 1 PDA and a cell phone would emit that much of a smell. You know? And he said it didn't smell like wires burning. He said, hold on. What he said was, around dusk on October 31st, 2005, this is his affidavit, I heard a loud buzzing sound that reminded me of electrical wires pulsating. He worked as a commercial electrician and was a volunteer firefighter for years. He said he then smelled what he thought was insulation burning. I initially thought that the high-powered tension wires that run just south of my property were overloading, causing the buzzing sound and the bad odor. I did not confuse the smell with that of a burning body. I know what a burning body smells like from my time as a volunteer firefighter. I was interviewed by Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. So that means he called them. That means the officers came and talked to him. He said he did not initiate contact with Manitowoc County, and I do not know how Manitowoc County learned about this incident. During the interview, I would not have described the sound I had heard as a whoosh. Rather, it was a buzzing sound. I did not tell officers from Manitowoc County that the sound reminded me of instances when I poured gasoline or other highly volatile substances on a fire. I did not tell anyone that I thought the smell was coming from the south or from the vicinity of the Avery property off of 147. Nothing has been promised or given to me. So he's deceased now, unfortunately. But so we know that there is a theory that a car was burned and the RAV on the Avery property is not the original RAV Teresa had. I wonder if a car burning would smell anything like that.
But why would that make that buzzing sound?
I don't know, because the only thing that I would think would be right before the gas can exploded, but that would be a loud bang.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Burning, unless they were burning the car used to run Teresa off the road. Oh, you know what else would make a loud buzzing noise? I wonder if a battery makes a loud buzzing noise before it explodes, like a car battery.
Not that I've seen a few, but I don't remember hearing a buzzing sound.
Yeah, I've never set a car on fire and watched it burn, so I don't have any experience with it.
No.
But it's definitely an odd experience. Whatever he witnessed, I don't think he's making it up. How did Manitowoc County find out about this guy? If he didn't call it in.
I'd have to go back and read that report.
Yeah, that's really weird. Isn't it? I don't remember.
I don't know if it came through a tip that went through Manitowoc and it got forwarded to Queso. I just don't recall.
Yeah, he said he didn't contact Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department. Did he call? I wonder if Manitowoc County didn't have a Crime Stoppers tip line. And people genuinely believe that that's not run by the cops. So he called that, thinking he was calling, an anonymous tip line, when in reality, calling the cops.
I don't know. Somebody needs to look up the Queso report, and I don't remember what page it's on. It might give something there, but I'm sure it's probably not going to be the full accounting of how that worked out.
So this says page 289. Hold on. Actually, page 288. What does 288 say? Page 289 of Queso says that, and this is written by Dietering, or it's reported by Dietering. It's written by someone else, right? On November 15th, investigators received a note from Captain Rush indicating he had received an overnight voicemail from Paul Metz and it lists his phone number.
Yeah.
The note indicates that on the night of November 1st, he heard a big whoosh and thought it was a power company problem, which is the exact opposite of what everything he's saying is the exact opposite of what Metz said he said. On November 18th, Dietering did leave a voicemail on Metz's machine and advised him to contact me on my phone. At 3:43, I received a phone call from the following subject. Hold on. Oh.
So he called Calumet County and he called overnight on the 15th, so the 14th and 15th of 05, and they only give you records until the 12th.
Yep. Yeah, he said he indicated he has property. So this, because they give his address as 109 CTHB Kiwani. And then he says he property approximately 4.5 miles north of Avery's Auto Salvage. Why didn't he just give the address? He indicated that on November 1st at 5:30, he had been feeding cattle on his property. He heard a loud whoosh and indicated it reminded him of incidents when he poured gasoline or other highly volatile substances on a fire. Metz stated that approximately 10 minutes later, he smelled something that was similar to wires burning. However, he indicated the smell was not that. He was unable to describe it, but stated it was a very vile smell. He stated the cows got very spooked and he could not get the cows back under control and they had damaged fences. He stated he had been in contact with WPS that evening and there were no problems with power outages. The wind was blowing out of the south or southwest. He indicated his property is, he did put it in here, is located at the intersection of Jambo Creek and Xander Road. He advised me he is usually at the property should I choose to speak with him further. And then...
Yeah, I've definitely heard that whoosh sound, putting kerosene or gas on a fire. You definitely, but depending on where he was at, that had to be something pretty large. I mean,
yeah,
but in his affidavit, he said it was not a whoosh sound.
Yeah, Metz is
he
saying
said it was a buzzing.
At all.
That's completely different. A buzzing sound to me. Yeah, buzzing sound to me. I don't know about you guys. That just sounds electrical. I don't know.
Yeah, what I'm thinking.
That report
also shows that there
total
have been
bullshit.
ships coming in after the 12th, and yet we have no access to any of that.
Yeah, and what's interesting about this for me is that, according to Metz, his statement to Dietering is completely different than what Dietering wrote it down as, right?
Exactly, yeah. He did not say it was a very vile smell.
So that they're not writing down what they're being told. They're writing down what's going to sell their story. So you can't depend on any of these. If it's not recorded, then we can't say that it's not a lie.
Hell, even if it's recorded, a lot of these calls are clipped.
Yep. Disagreement. I made the mistake of one of the SAG Reddit posts.
Don't tell me you went to SAG. No. Oh, God bless you.
I do it every now and again just to throw some truth bombs out there. And it was about the Marie Avery case and how the only reason he didn't get prosecuted is because he was already going to prison for life. And I just like, oh, okay, whatever. So,
the case was that investigation was over. It was done.
I said the only difference between the Marie Avery allegation or the Marie Avery case, Teresa Hallbutt case, and the Penny Bernstein case is there was no crime to wrongfully convict Stephen Avery of, which is why Stephen Avery wasn't prosecuted for it. No crime occurred whatsoever. That's why. They couldn't even produce phone records showing abnormal phone calls between the two, right? They couldn't produce emails. They couldn't produce anything to show that there was any sort of unusual relationship between an uncle and a niece. They only had claims that Candy said she could provide all this stuff, but yet officers didn't get it on the first day. But then if you look at the report where she's making the allegations against Earl for videotaping minors, she brought that evidence with her to the sheriff's department when she made that police report. So, you know what I mean? It was just a publicity. It was publicity. Marie Avery was their attempt to scare them to drop the lawsuit. That didn't work, so they went to Plan C. Plan A was the was likely the laser fire.
And they brought it back in the 2005 case with Marie, so that people would be talking about how he's being, because there were articles about how he was being investigated for a sexual assault against his niece in the paper while all this case is going on by Green Bay. So it's making him look like he's this monster in the media. Like he's why wouldn't he kill Teresa Hallbach? I mean, he was having sex with his niece. I mean, obviously he's sexually motivated, right? Like that's the kind of view they give the public with that.
Well, yeah, they sent Baldwin after her by mid-November. She was sent right in there. And Marie's like, I don't want to talk to you.
You know what's interesting? They're focusing on Stephen Avery and these allegations against him. And then that keeps them from focusing on Gregory Allen and the open arrest warrant and case for a real violent sexual assault that he's been DNA linked to.
They had their arms wrapped around that so tight if anybody would have pushed them hard, they'd have popped.
Yep. Stop. Oh. Y'all hear my dog growling at me?
Heard a little something. I heard a little something. Yeah.
He's
like, pet me, mama, pet me.
Throw me my ball. That's what he wants.
Oh, he wants to play ball. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So to kind of bring this back around and based on Metz's affidavit to Zellner, what are we thinking, or what are we saying occurred at Xander Road?
Something.
We don't know.
Something.
I mean, you know, it's. I don't really understand why. I mean, without throwing anything, any kind of whatever out there, why would they block the road? I don't really understand it, because there's literally, aside from the phone call, the dispatch call, we have nothing. There's no report at all about it.
And not just that, but you're only blocking the main road. There's how many hundreds of feeder roads that go into there that you're not blocking?
No. Where they blocked Xander Road, they controlled access. That's a tiny little stretch that they shut off. Now, there might have been itty dirt.
Yeah, there might have been some trails in there, but no actual road.
If you pull up, I think I have. Hold on, I'll take a shot.
The reason I ask is all this is happening on the 6th. But one day later, we have this massive operation going on at Kuss Road.
Yep.
That they also keep secret. So I've always been of the mind that there's something very significant was found or occurred at Kuss Road. So and I think it would have to involve a body or something of that nature to warrant the kind of presence that was there on Kuss Road, and also who was assigned at Kuss Road. So I don't know what could have been occurring on Xander one day earlier that would have then transformed into this, whatever was going on at Kuss Road. That's what I'm trying to get at.
Right, unless here, can you put that? I don't know how hard it would be to put that on the screen. Unless they moved what was on Xander to Kuss. And you got to remember, we have this as well. Hold on. Let me see if I can submit it real quick to show.
But why do that? Why create two scenes?
Well, because
and have to try to keep both of them secret. That doesn't make sense.
Because one, you can't leave anything there. You can't keep it locked down for long, right? You've got to get everything and get it gone from there before people figure out that's where it really happened at, right? So everything has to be loaded up and toted over. And then you don't want to bring everything then onto Stephen's house because he didn't commit the crime. Every time you bring something in, you risk bringing the killer's DNA into the case, which they don't want to do.
Well, and by that time they had already been on the property and didn't have this stuff.
And they, you know what I mean? They knew, in my opinion, this is all in my opinion. Let me qualify this. In my opinion, the people who are really at the core controlling what's going on here knew Stephen Avery was innocent, knew that whatever happened to Teresa Halbach was going to be used to make it look like he was guilty, right? And they also knew they didn't want him getting out of prison again. I think we can all agree on that anyway. So they need enough evidence to get this case indicted, Stephen Avery arrested, convicted, and for it to hold up, right? It's got to withstand. So they got to have cause of death, proof of death, manner of death, and what else? Is that it? That's it, right? Those are the three things they had to do. But that's them with all this evidence. So what do they do with it? Did they burn it in the quarry on that 80 acres? Is those the little piles?
It's just too much. There's just too much we don't know. There's just too much.
What do they do with the crime evidence? Because we don't have a crime scene. We don't have her clothes. We don't have her paperwork. We don't have her, you know what I mean? We have some burned electronics they claim are hers. We don't have the murder weapon. We don't. And then
there's another thing it's interesting. You're talking about things we don't have. How much of the stuff inside the RAV that should have been there wasn't?
Yeah,
there was no registration papers found, were there? No, I'm sure there wasn't.
No, and then we also don't have her camera, her expensive camera.
Oh no.
And then that leads me to what Temp has been on for a while, and me too. Is did the person who actually do this take pictures of her, and then were they thinking about trying to use them against Stephen? Are there photos floating around of Teresa deceased being tortured? I mean, why was Zoner over and over saying images, that resemble Teresa Halbach? Why was Kratz asking about Stephen Avery's camera even though they already had it?
Well, and that was another thing, they didn't really seem to be worried about that camera for a year. We talked about that, I think on an open mic some time back.
Yeah. It's
over
just
a year later.
I guess what I'm trying to get at is none of that still explains why you would have two scenes that you are then having to cover up for. Why would you do something on Xander Road and then transport whatever you did on Xander Road to Cuss Road, create a mess there, and now you have two messes you have to cover up?
Well,
it still doesn't make sense to me.
There could have been another scenario there, and I'm just throwing this out. I'm not saying it's true. Speculatory only, please. What if something was on Xander Road that they didn't create but didn't want there?
They have to get rid of it no matter who created it, right?
Well, I mean, it depends on how, by that time, if they were looking at, doing any kind of setup or whatever, I'm not saying that's what they were doing. I'm just saying if that's what they were looking at from a control standpoint, Cuss Road is a stone's throw away from the back of Avery's property.
That's right. And it's easy access. They can go through the quarry. Because remember, you've got media posted at the command center watching everything going in. You can't have it coming in from Manitowoc County Quarry side because that opens the door to officers meeting with us at the property owned and controlled by Manitowoc County government, coincidentally, who are in the midst of a civil suit for $36 million. They don't ever want that, being able to be said. So Cuss Road, and if you think about it, early on real early on, they got permission from Josh Radant to use that property. Like that was on the 5th, right? On the 5th, they had his permission and he opened his trailers up and they were, full tilt boogie there. The thing of it is no matter what happened to Teresa, if it happened at Xander Road, it has to be completely erased, or else Stephen Avery has a way to get.
I don't know. It just seems to me like, I kind of have to agree with Sapper. I mean, why would you want to risk a second crime scene or a second area that you have to control? I don't know. I just think there's something we're missing here. I don't know why they would block the road. What's the point?
Here's the thing, y'all. Not all these cops were involved in the original thing. If someone connected to the lawsuit is responsible for Teresa's death, this wasn't a meeting of all the officers in the sheriff's department for the simple reason of what Sapper said. They're friggin' morons. They run their mouth. They don't know their ass from a hole in the ground. And they're incapable of doing something without fucking it up, right? Yeah. So you have 3 or 4. I think likely Pasurik, Colbert, Couche, and I think someone from the highway department. Whoever followed Colburn driving that Jeep on that, what's his name? Who's the guy off of Cuss Road? The guy whose daughter called in and said she saw the RAV followed by a white Jeep.
I don't know why I want to say Medford. That's probably the wrong name.
It starts with an S, I think.
Siebert.
Yeah.
Wilmer Siebert.
Okay. So first, and here's the other thing. Why do you have to have Cuss Road? Because you don't have automatic access to Stephen's property because the crime didn't occur there. You have to get access to the property first, right? That's what the RAV was for. That's why it's just on the property line. It's not in Stephen Avery's yard because that would only give them access to his little 1/4 acre plot. It's on right across Radant's property, right on the property line, which allowed them to seize the entire 40 acres. Then they get Radant's permission, and he's got at least 80 acres, and then they have the other 80. So now they control that whole area. Okay, now they can do whatever they need to do without fear of anyone seeing them do it. Then they can't put Stephen, and they didn't realize they couldn't put Stephen there because you got to remember you have the Xander Road sign. These guys are idiots. They thought they were going to just simply put something to link Stephen to Xander Road and make it look like he killed her there. But those jail calls fucked them up because there's no way that he could be on Xander Road if he's talking to Jody on the phone, right?
That's right.
That much I think the evidence has established. The crime had to happen on the Avery property because they couldn't get Stephen off of the Avery property. And then you have the oddity that is the only piece of evidence linking Stephen to the victim is not investigated according to the official narrative, but yet we have proof that they set up a roadblock controlling access to that area. I mean, that's undeniable, right? We have proof they did that.
Yeah, we just don't know why.
Yeah. We also have proof that they're lying about what cell phone location tracking capability that DCI had. They're lying about why they called the DCI. Okay. they're lying about the conversation, and they're lying about what could have been done, and in my opinion, what was done, because that allows them to control. Well, Teresa never left the property, but we all know that in reality she did. So,
well, if something did happen at Xander Road, they moved whatever to the Cuss Road location so they could have that kind of a neat little bow there, even though it had real issues with what they found in the quarry. That does give them a better way to control everything. Because if it's all the way over to Xander Road, they got a problem. They got a real problem.
Now Xander Road was on that sign, supposedly, let's say, right? Like that for sale sign had that thing on there.
Yep.
A year prior, the Blazer was burned and stolen and burned on Xander Road, right over in that area, like right across the street, if I remember, from
That's
the
right.
3302 address.
That's right.
So is it possible that they saw the Xander Road and when was this? On the 5th. They had just found the car. Some of these officers, I don't think were actually in on the planting, so they're just doing their job. So maybe Xander Road was, for instance, you're saying Xander Road was cut off on what date? The 6th?
The 6th.
Mets didn't even call in until the 14th or 15th. So that had nothing to do with them going over there. The Xander Road was they were probably looking to see if there was any evidence of any crime being over there, knowing that they had a crime over there a year prior with the Blazer being burned.
That's my suspicion.
Maybe they were hoping there was something there that would somehow connect Avery to the crime. Some of these people who don't really know what's going on in behind the scenes, like somebody like Orth, who I don't think really was maybe not in on the framing. He might have just been doing his job, standing, watching the RAV4, standing over there watching the road while to see if there's any evidence over there.
Going to get GPS coordinates for.
The reason they're at Xander Road is because the only piece of evidence in Stephen Avery's house tying Stephen to the person missing is a piece of paper with the address of Xander Road.
But that's not true, because her phone number was written down in the little memo pad as well.
Yeah, but
and on that paper it says go to back door. I mean, so it's not the only paper in there that's linking Teresa. It's the only thing linking her to that road. So yeah, maybe they wanted to make sure. I don't think there was anything over there per se, but maybe they just wanted to be sure, So
it's just,
they went over there.
It's just, I don't disagree with you, Jinx, but it's just weird that they blocked the road. If they hadn't blocked the road and just made a drive-by and maybe a walkthrough.
How about this? Was the fence fixed that was broken down when the cows went nuts? Were there cows in the middle of the road maybe that they were blocked the road so they can get the cows back in? I mean, maybe
possible.
That's how Mets was first met, and then they told them, call Calumet and give your statement. I mean,
that would have been done on Halloween when it happened. He wouldn't have been calling them on the 6th. Right?
What I'm wondering is if was the fence fixed by the 6th? I mean, maybe the fence wasn't fixed and the cows got out again or something.
And we don't have that call.
And we have to remember that this roadblock is attributed to the Teresa Halbach investigation, not cows being in the middle of the road. This build to the Halbach investigation.
That's the 2 kids they picked up?
Oh, that's another oddity, because that proves that Sipple's lying about what day he was doing what. That was on the
7th.
What?
7th.
But he 9th.
His report's dated the 9th, but there's no way he did what is in that report on the 9th. He did that on the 7th.
Mm-hmm. Which makes sense, because they say they collected the bones on the 8th from Stephen's burn pit, but they didn't, Anyway. See, it would all be easily dismissed if they just simply wrote a fucking report saying we went there was nothing there. Right? But they're pretending like they didn't photograph the sign. They're pretending like they didn't have a roadblock. they're pretending, they're lying about what Metz said he saw and when he saw it. You know what I mean? All of these things are being done to try and minimize this.
Well, it's just omission. It's just a series of omissions that don't get reported. We don't, it's not part of the, like I said earlier, it's not part of the story. We don't see that. For them it is, but for us, we can't consider it because it's not in our face,
Yeah.
But then they turn around and they create a mess at Kuss Road that they can't really hide very well.
Not at all.
They brought in key people like Bushman. They used a lot of money on resources. It just runs counterintuitive. Because if you were trying to use that as a spot to get evidence from point A to point B, you did a horrible job of hiding it because you basically told everybody, "Here we are."
Yeah, basically.
Didn't they? We don't have anything. All we have is this. We don't have, and what's weird is, that's funny you said that, because besides pictures of objects at Kuss Road, we don't really have investigators doing anything at Kuss Road. We have more investigators doing stuff on the 80-acre Manitowoc County property that they report about, but we don't have proof of investigators going in the trailers. Like, they didn't take any pictures of the inside of those trailers.
That we're aware of.
Yeah, they didn't go. We have that one picture of the Kuss Road burn barrel roped off in front of the Kuss Road shed sign.
Nothing but a stump.
But they didn't go inside it. They didn't take a picture of inside the burn barrel. I think that's where the electronics were burned. I think they burned them on Kuss and then toted over, like, in probably, I don't know, in like a brown paper bag, and just dumped them in Steven's burn barrel, put a tire rim on top, and then said, "Oh, look what I found."
Hey guys,
well,
A plus Tree Service has joined us in the chat, and they're asking, what day was the 302 Xander Road sign found, and by who?
Found on the 5th when they entered Stephen's residence.
By Colburn.
He's the one he pulled.
That's probably on that 2 rolls of film that they can't decide is developed or not.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, but it was November 5th. A tree service.
And the evidence we have about Kuss isn't necessarily from reports or from anything like that. It's from all the aerial photography that was done, and the fact of knowing who was assigned to handle Kuss Road. That's very telling.
Yeah.
That's what tells me something significant was going on there.
Well, I'm thinking, like, if this whole thing is a game of like 3-card money, or I don't know if that's what they call it, but
shell game.
It's a shell game, right? It's focus your attention on A while I'm doing shit over here on B. I mean, that's basically what this entire case is, from start to finish. So what if they want us focused on Kuss because the evidence was at Xander, and then I think somebody said that house burned. There's like a piece of property that burned over there. I have no proof of that, but it burned down in like 08, 07, something like that. So
I think you might be confusing that with the farm that was the German guy's farm burnt down.
Oh yeah,
that was in Maribel. It was the other way. It was west of Avery's.
I
think that's what you're thinking of.
Yeah, I think I knew about that one too, because I was looking to see, and where did Martinez live? Because that's Berg, but where did Martinez live?
I'd have to look. I don't remember. Andres Martinez. I'd have to look. I don't remember. Probably in one of the case reports.
Because I think if Kosurik is responsible, I don't think he did this. I think he tasked or paid someone to do it for him. And
I think if any police officer or someone even related, it would probably be him, because he knew he was going. He knew that the depositions had to be stopped.
Mm-hmm. And, and there's rumors. I mean, there's lots of rumors of evil acts that he's done throughout his his tenure.
Oh yeah.
And this isn't the only murder he's been linked to. Let me just say that. And but I'm curious whether, because see, I can't decide if he would pay a criminal to do this, or if he would pay or have a highway department guy. I would love to have an employee list of the Manitowoc County Highway Department around that time. Like,
You know, I think that they would have. It's going to have to be, if that was done that way, it's going to have to be someone that they have complete control over, because, as has been pointed out before, people change. You know, time goes on. Life situations alter. So if that person got pissed off at X, Y, and Z, then they've got some pretty heavy ammo for blackmail money. You know, there's a whole array of things there that we have to consider.
Yeah.
So.
But we also have to remember the guy Thomas Dresser, and I've talked about this case a couple of times. It was in, I believe, 84. This is when the insurance crisis and the big recession of the 80s was just getting, it was at its peak, and nobody had any money. And you got to remember, when Kosert came into office, in like a year, he had, I don't know, quadrupled the budget. And then because of the recession, his budget had dwindled away. And a gentleman by the name of Thomas Dresser worked for the Tax Compliance Board of Wisconsin, and he transferred from Milwaukee to Manitowoc in like October of 83. And his job was to verify that all businesses and government agencies were paying all their taxes correctly. Unemployment, state, federal, that's what he did. He audited businesses and government agencies to make sure they were complying. He had called his wife one morning, and they were to meet at a little park for lunch. It's something they did all the time. And when she arrived there, she found her husband unresponsive on the ground with 2 open bottles of Coke, both of them still cold, both of them with Coke drank out of them. He ended up dying. They ruled his death a death of natural causes. He was 34. And I guess because of his age, they had recently started doing toxicology. Well, they sent a sample of his blood off, and lo and behold, it comes back cyanide. And it's like the #1 story in Manitowoc County in 1984. Dennis Vogel is making all these promises. They're going to track down where these sodas were bought. They're going to determine what kind of cyanide was used. The Coca-Cola bottling plant had to test all these Cokes to make sure no other Cokes had cyanide. 5 days later, it is then released that it was a suicide, and that the wife had hid a note, unbeknownst to her, that she was doing it, a suicide note. The suicide note said, "Don't drink that," on the back of a deposit slip. And which, okay, whatever. And so then Vogel says, we're still going to determine where he bought the sodas and what kind of cyanide was used. We have special tests for that. The last story written about the case, they say that he had personal problems and his death was a suicide, and that's it. I don't believe that story for a second. They never determined where the cyanide came from. They never figured out who bought where the sodas were bought or who bought them. And I think that he uncovered someone skimming the till. They either offered him a bribe and he declined. I think that they held a gun to his head. One was drinking, and while they were drinking a soda not laced with cyanide, they made him drink a soda with cyanide, and threatened to kill his family if he didn't do it. That's my opinion.
Interesting. I've heard of that case. I didn't really dive into it, but I have heard of it.
Yep. Because there's no way in hell that, why would he have 2 sodas? Cyanide doesn't taste bad. Okay. It's not like he needed one to chase the other. And why would he have bought 2 and only put cyanide in one? And why didn't they fingerprint the drinks? They didn't fingerprint them. Why didn't they determine where the sodas were bought? Why didn't they determine where the cyanide came from? And yeah, so just all in my opinion, of course. But I find that interesting. Also, a couple months prior to that, Tom Kasurik and Deb Strauss's uncle by marriage, Leroy Strauss, who was at that time the police chief of the Manitowoc Police Department, had been named in a civil suit where they had home invaded a couple's house, allegations of something. They were never charged, shot the dogs in front of the kids, traumatized the whole family, and the family was suing for, for them being thugs. And so I just think that Kasurik likely, or someone else, wasn't going to be exposed for skimming the tail, and they got rid of him. Of course, the family didn't.
Sorry.
But, yeah.
Allison, is there any comments? I saw a couple roll by there. I saw Sherry made a comment a minute ago.
Yeah, there's been a few in chat. Jenks is asking, do we have the file on Martinez?
We have some stuff on Martinez.
Did he live at Xander Road when that happened? That happened on Franklin Street. Where the hell is Franklin Street?
Oh, you know what? I think that up. I think that's in town, actually. Now
Franklin?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah, Franklin and Washington, I think, is in Manitowoc. So were they living on Xander at that time? Because I thought maybe they were looking for the weapon he used or anything. If he was living off of Xander and he fled on foot, maybe they were looking for him, or maybe they were looking for any weapons he used or dropped after that attack.
Sherry Lynn
Xander, I don't know.
Sherry Lynn in chat says 2632 Xander Road was the original address they were looking for Martinez at on the 5th. He was arrested somewhere else.
Looking for him.
He was arrested somewhere else on the 7th, presumably because that is their narrative.
Wait a minute. Say that again, Alice.
2632 Xander Road was the original address they were looking for Martinez at on the 5th. He was arrested somewhere else on the 7th, presumably because that is their narrative.
Well, yeah, they couldn't have Xander in there. Huh.
Well, what I'm saying is maybe if he would fled to Xander Road, if he fled there, they may have been looking for him on the 6th and had it blocked off, or they may have been looking for a weapon of his that he might have dropped in his fleeing, and maybe that's why Xander Road was blocked off, and it has nothing to do with Avery at all.
No, they're billing it to the Avery Hallbach investigation. That's the thing. That's the right.
In the calls, when they block it off, they're mentioning Avery in those calls, or they're just saying they blocked it off for some reason.
No. In the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Department facts sent by Shetter that breaks down the officers' hours and what they were doing for the Stephen Avery case. Orth is billed to the Avery investigation. And then in the Manitowoc County Dispatch narrative for this case, not for Martinez's case, for this case, Orth
couldn't he have been working both cases at the same time? Like he was just a lackey, kind of like, here, go watch the yard, here, go over there and do a roadblock, here. I mean, couldn't some of his billable hours been the Avery case and some of them not?
But no, because they're billing it to the Halbach investigation. Do you understand? They're not saying that Orth was setting up a roadblock to look for Martinez. They're saying Orth set up that roadblock as part of the Avery investigation. The actual,
You have those papers, you said? You got those papers?
in the description, it says it. It's on the 6th. Part of the narrative for the. That's the whole thing. This has to be investigation, according to them. Now, it is interesting. I'm going to tell you right now, if you're telling me that Martinez is also linked to Xander Road, he was also on the Avery salvage yard property, right? On how
I believe he was, yes, but
see? I mean, and they could have justified the setting Stephen up for this murder because he's already going to prison for trying to kill his old lady.
A plus tree service says no, Martinez did not, but the police sent officers to 2632 West Xander to locate him.
I don't know. I don't have work in front of me saying, but I find that interesting. All I know is, according to the Stephen Avery Manitowoc dispatch log narrative billed to the Teresa Halbach investigation on November 6th, hold on, I just went by it. It's on page. Hold on.
all I see for work on the 6th so far is command post duties.
Yeah, no, I know, but I tell you, I just said, if you look in the feed thing, I showed you where it says it. It's command post duties because they go to the command post and then they get sent to do stuff, right? But
so for 4 hours he was doing stuff for the Averys. That's how I read it. I don't see that it has anything to do with the block off over there.
I put it in the chat already, but I'll show you again. Here. It's right here. It's on page. Here it is right here.
Right, A plus tree service says Metz, Martinez, and 3302 are all neighbors.
And then here is the actual file that I'm pulling it from that shows you this is from the dispatch log for the Avery Halbach investigation.
Okay, so he's on the dispatch log and he's saying he's doing this stuff, right? But on the dispatch log, it doesn't say for billing for the Averys. On this other document he posted, says he's got billable hours for the 6, 4.5 hours at command post.
Right. But
most officers work 8 hours. So where was he the other 3.5 hours? Maybe they didn't bill them for that time on where he's blocking off the road. Maybe that has nothing to do with the Avery property.
But they have him on the dispatch narrative. If you look at that file I just linked in the text chat on page 19, right here at 3:00 in the afternoon, S452, which is Orth, is they set up the detour
for at what time?
At 3:00.
So let's say he worked at 7 and worked 4.5 hours at Avery's earlier that day, and then he got called to Xander Road to set up a roadblock for some other reason.
But why are they
saying he got paid to do this roadblock underneath the Halbach investigation? But I don't see that because all I see is he had command post duties for 4.5 hours. It doesn't say anything about this roadblock.
Listen, I'm not speaking. I'm sorry, I'm not making it clear. What I'm saying is that he reported to dispatch, right? And dispatch has him logged as setting up a roadblock for the Halbach investigation at 3:00 on Highway B and Q. That is for the Halbach Avery investigation. That's what I'm saying. So see, this is
where do you see this at what time? At 3
I-
o'clock?
I just linked it for you in the CTX text.
I know, I'm looking at the page now, so I'm going to 19.
If you go to 1106 at 150249, it says County Highway setting up detour, Chord B north to Chord BB, west to Chord Q, south on Chord Q, unit S452 on scene. And if you check 452.
Where does it say anything about the Averys? This is just the dispatch. No. This is every single dispatch thing that happened during these days.
No. Wait. Now, if you click on the link, that link is a 25-page document. The document is what officers did what for the entire 9 days that they had control of the Avery property.
This,
right?
What we're looking at is dispatch. This is the dispatch calls coming in and out, in and out, in and out. This doesn't just mean that it's just the dispatches for just the Averys.
Yes, it does.
I don't see anything on that says it's just the Averys.
Click on the link, go to the Foul Play website, and open up the file.
It says Stephen Avery miscellaneous reports MTSO dispatch log. This is the dispatch log.
Right. This is for the
dispatch log, which would be recording any dispatch activity coming in and out of dispatch at MTSO. Not just Avery stuff.
Bill to this case.
That's the other thing that you have shown me, which is deputy officers who were, this is the facts, this is the Manitowoc, log your request, anything for this. On this paper, it just shows that Forth works for 4.5 hours at the command post.
Right.
It doesn't say anything about his other 3.5 hours that he got paid for, or his other 3.5 hours or any other hours he got paid for being off the property.
We don't know
so how is that proving that they were billing this on this? I don't see that connection. I'm sorry.
The entire 25 pages, it's all Stephen Avery, Teresa Halbach, right?
I mean, a lot of it probably is, but I'm sure there's some other stuff in here that is like.
I haven't seen anything.
I mean, how busy were they during that time?
Well, they had an axe murderer or an attempted axe murderer. But none of that. Not one bit of that's on it. And that was on this thing.
Could have just pulled it because it was something he was doing and he did work that day. I just don't see the connection that they're billing it for that. I just don't see that here.
Okay. I mean, and that's perfectly, that's fine. That's fine.
I want to see the time cards now. I know we have time cards for some of these people too. So have you checked those at all?
I'm waiting on request for all of that.
We have some time cards.
Yeah, I want one from Cummings because I want to compare them to see if Lying Larry was also being effective in his records request. What'd you lose, son?
William in chat says, who were the two guys allegedly Latinos who saw Pam enter the yard?
So are y'all telling me that Andres Martinez was also?
Well, it does say he worked 1,200 to 1,700 hours missing person investigations on his time card.
Yep. What, baby? Where's it? Because see,
I 5 hours of overtime. So what other hours was he working, and what else was he doing during those other hours?
I think he worked 13 hours the day before, and they're only allowed to work so many hours for a 2-day period, right? Here, babe, I found it.
The service says, I think Shooter wrote the Xander sign.
Who?
You mean Shutter wrote the Xander and the Sicky letter reporting?
Huh? Why I say it, Christina? Shutter, aye.
Yeah, shitter. What time is
We
it?
could take all these time cards and compare them to
Yeah.
him.
I want the 2 pages. I want to compare the page that they took out. Because if you look at the first page of the one that has their hours broken down, there's that little sticky note that says that that he changed the page. And I want to know what he changed. Especially now that we're
On whose page? On Orth's or on Orth's? Or are you talking about Orth specifically? Who changed it? On what sticky note?
That miscellaneous that has their hours listed, and it has 4.5 for Orth. If you go to the first page of that, it's a fax cover letter from Shutter, and it's dated 11/28. And I said, I think it says note 1 page addition of the log replaced with earlier log. Yeah, I find that interesting.
Right, Sherry Lynn in chat says Mark Brewer initially would not disclose the location of Martinez's arrest.
I feel like we got a file on him, Jax, didn't we?
On Martinez, I thought I've seen something. I thought we've seen something on Andre Martinez.
I have a Globot here, but this is weird. This is 12/7/06. It's got Teresa listed as a victim. Got Brendan and Steven on it. What is this? And this is this is when Mark wrote his son or stepson talking about the case. We have this here too.
A Plus Tree Service says the only dispatch calls about Martinez was on the 5th for the officers to look at 2632 West Zander, directly next to 3302 West Zander, across the street from Metz.
I found it.
And Sherry Lynn, there is a call on the 6th where Martinez is hauled up and they say not to go in, they hold it off.
So I found the report. It's not mine to release. Xander Road is not listed as an address on any of the pages. It's actually a Manitowoc Police Department file. So where does it mention? I don't remember. All right, South 19th Street, Franklin Street, Franklin Street, Franklin Street. We can't find him. Franklin Street, ancient rights.
So it wasn't even it wasn't even the Manitowoc Sheriff's Office that handled this case. It sounds like anyway. So there would be no reason then for Orth, like I guess, unless they had to have assistance from Sheriff's Department, if it had anything to do with them, I guess.
Yeah. Ask the person in the chat why they were looking for Martinez off of Xander Road.
You know, I don't know if you guys know this, but around that same time of like November, there was some escapee that got out, and they were actually doing flyovers for that guy as well in the Manitowoc area.
Really?
He stabbed a cop or something. Yep.
Huh. I wonder what kind of photos they have from that.
Right? Yeah, wouldn't that be interesting?
Yeah.
And they were the flare ones too, that are the FLIR or ones or whatever, where they
the heat sensing.
They're looking for heat signatures and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be interesting. Did they Jax, you still here?
I am.
Oh,
he left.
What do you know about Martinez and Xander Road? Have you heard that?
I have.
I'm not gonna go affirmative on that. I don't know. I'm gonna say maybe.
Okay. I feel like that's me too. I mean,
Hey,
I know that.
Hey Angie and hey Angie in live chat. Didn't get to say hi to you.
Hi. Hello, everyone in live chat. I can't talk and do chat at the same time. I can barely walk and talk at the same time. But I understand.
Wasn't Martinez buying a house on Xander Road? They were just moving in there or something.
There was something.
That again, I think, is the other guy that was just buying the house in Maribel and the panties, and that was the German guy who bought the house, and that house is the one that was on fire.
Van, whatever the hell his name is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Siegfried, whatever his name is.
In chat says
Yeah.
if there's anything on Martinez in Spanish, let him know and he can translate it.
Huh. Hey, Martinez smoked crack. That's what he blamed the axe attack on. Now that's interesting, because who else do we know who does violent things to women on crack? Gregory Allen. Well, he does violent.
I thought you were going to say 10 grand.
Him too.
Ambien, I'm sorry, not crack.
Him too.
He does violent things to crack on Ambien.
Are you on crack?
Hey, listen to this. So some snitch in jail with Martinez says, I was in the same cell block as Andres Martinez. He was talking to the Mexicans and said he'd be coming back. He said the bitch don't know what she did and who she's fucking with. Then the day he was getting out of here, I told Andres, don't be coming back. Andres winked and said, I'll be right back. I figured he meant he was going to jump on Charlene again. I didn't think he'd try to kill her, but just jump on her. This was written for me at my request by Detective Haybeck. I am giving this of my own free will without any promises. That sounds like someone who had nothing to. And the thing,
Nan's Life in chat says Martinez was also the guy that told Barb while she was visiting Brendan in prison he knew Brendan was innocent.
Mm-hmm. The thing of it is, people who smoke crack will do anything for money, right? So someone could have offered him $500 to kill Teresa, and he'd have jumped on it. I mean, it's clear he doesn't value human life. I mean, he tried to kill his girlfriend with an axe. All right, here we go.
Again, that's another incident that shows that a lot of these incidents where a woman is battered or beaten or almost killed is by someone that they know, somebody close to them, like an ex-boyfriend or a boyfriend or brother or a husband.
Where's that at? Okay, that's in Manitowoc, so that's not it. All right. Franklin Street. So is Jennifer not mentioned in this report at all? River Bend, Washington Street, River Bend. Huron Street.
Bethany, welcome to the chat. Bethany says, why offer money when a narcotics agent has access to all the crack?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Very,
Won't eat.
very true. Very, very true. Where is Whitelaw? All right. Where's that put me? Does that put me back at Xander? Nope. I hate trying to track someone in a place I've never been. It's so hard to figure out where what is, where places are. Oh, okay, that's south.
I'd love to help you, but I'm not from Wisconsin at all, so
Yes,
I've
you
only been
are.
there once.
Yes, you are. That's
twice.
what I heard. That's what I heard. You're there. You're from there.
I heard that too, but it's a lie.
I know.
And here this guy says that Martinez had a girlfriend named Tara Novak.
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, he did have a girlfriend, but I can't remember her name.
Well, the one he tried to kill was Charlene.
Yeah, Charlene's who I'm thinking about.
Schwinn mountain bike. November 5th. Oh, was he arrested? He was arrested on the 5th.
So he was arrested on the 5th and not on the 7th, you said?
Hold on. Statement of non-consent permission. This is dated on the 5th. Oh, no, wait. The incident was on the 5th. I'm misunderstanding it. Yeah. I thought that was his signature. It's not. Mm-hmm. 11/7 attempted homicide. It happened at Franklin Street.
Nan's Life is asking, was it Martinez located in Twin Rivers at Charlene's home?
All right, here's a list of places checked. These are all dated the 5th. Marathon Family Pantry on Washington, Family Video on Washington, the Bar on Washington, some apartments, Kenny B's, a bar on Washington, another bar in Washington, Clark Street bar, a bar on 14th Street, another place on 14th, Waldo Boulevard, Meadowbrook Apartments. Where's that? James, 10th Street, 19th Street, and Washington Street. Oh, here's some more places. They're all.
Sorry, Sunshine. What are these places you're listing out?
So the Andres Martinez, there's a list of places that The Manitowoc Police Department say they were looking for him after he attacked his girlfriend with an axe. Someone in the chat said that Andres Martinez was linked to the area on Xander Road where Paul Metz smelled the vile fire, and that for sale sign with Teresa's cell phone number was.
Did you just read that they were looking for him on Waldo Street?
Yeah, they said Waldo Street, Waldo Boulevard.
Is that Manitowoc City or Manitowoc County, Michigan?
I think it's Manitowoc City, but
okay.
I guess we're wondering if he was arrested at this 2000 address for Xander Road. I think that's what they said. He was arrested there on the 7th.
Yeah.
Is that what they said?
I'm looking to see. I'm looking to see if I can find anything that says Xander on it. All right, Brixis, Manitowoc County Jail, and I'm just scanning it, so I could miss it too, but I don't think I'd miss Xander.
Wait.
All right, here we go. Franklin Street again. That's weird. Here's the search warrant. Or the arrest warrant affidavit. Oh, look, Terry Schindler is in this. He's everywhere. Aurora filed the paperwork. 24 Nelson Road. Where's that?
What are you all looking for exactly again?
Someone in the chat said that Andres Martinez was arrested right around Paul Metz's area.
We found a squirrel.
Yeah. Yeah, right. And I'm trying to see, me personally, that's definitely Manitowoc. I'm just gonna go back to Xander Road. All right. West Xander, Denmark. I'm trying to see what the hell Andres Martinez was doing in the same area that Paul Metz smelled a fire, and if this is somewhere where he could have, if Teresa could have been taken there. So here's Paul Metz's cow property. Here's a little piece of property here. Yeah, there's a house there. There's a house there. It is. It's right off of Jambo Creek Road and Xander. It could have run it down. And they had
A plus tree service says yes, they are all neighbours. I can send you the dispatch call.
Oh, I
Please. Please.
Yeah.
We'd love to have that.
He went after 2 children and a dog with that axe also, and they put it off, says Sherry Lynn.
Yeah, I know it's a hell of an assault.
Mm-hmm. So I'm curious. All right, so does this person know, did any of these houses get destroyed or burned afterward, or everything's still standing. Because I mean, if it was let's just hypothetical say that Teresa was killed explicitly just to frame Avery. Martinez, it doesn't look like he has any sexual assault components on his criminal history. So if he had been hired or tasked with killing her, he probably would have done it as quick as possible, right? And you know what's interesting? Actually, if someone was hit in the head with an axe, that blood spatter pattern would probably look a lot like what's on the back gate, wouldn't it?
Justin in chat says, isn't there a dispatch call to Shift Command saying he was arrested north of something like that?
Wouldn't the marking of the axe and the skull be like a cut or something and not a hole?
I don't know how I feel about those skull pieces that they're claiming show beveling. Those aren't genetically linked to Teresa. So I mean,
they are genetically linked to Teresa.
The skull,
they do match her.
No, the skull bone
match her partially, and they did an mtDNA test with the FBI, which said she's one in 7 billion people. So there's how many billion people? It could be one of 7 people. It'd be strange if 2 of those people were both dead and bones in the quarry.
No, they genetically tested item BZ, a piece of tissue that was sectioned, correct? That's the only thing that generated a DNA profile. They never generated
the DNA profile came up 7 loci, which by FBI standards cannot rule somebody out as being like, it can't rule her in. So on top of that, they do an mtDNA test to make sure that partial matches the mother of that, or the mother's line of that. And they did that. They sent it to the FBI. They did that.
To a piece of
tissue. Whereas Sherry Colhane only got 7 loci, the FBI ruled it in by doing the mtDNA, the mother's line.
Girl DNA. But
it did match her DNA, so they ruled it that it was Teresa. So unless there's like one, like the 7 people that are in the world that may actually link to this DNA, that's saying that 2 of them are bones in the quarry or in the yard or whatever. Like that's kind of unbelievable in my opinion.
No, what we're saying is that piece of tissue definitely is related to Karen Halbach.
Definitely a piece of it, and they said the bones only come from one body. There wasn't 2 femurs of the right leg and shit like that. So
here's my thinking on that.
I mean, are you saying that that's not her body?
No, what I'm saying is that piece of tissue is in a completely different state than the bones in the box, right? We can all agree on that.
Was this tissue not attached to one of the bones in the box?
We don't have pictures of any of that. We do not have a picture of her prior to sectioning it.
So they have tissue from Teresa, but the bones are from someone else?
I don't know. I could see them using some bones they had laying around to solve a crime, right? To make it look like Stephen Avery burned a body in the burn pit. Hell, they had Christine Rudy's bones, right? Because she did get burned in a burn pit right around that same time. I find it very odd that we have this one little piece of flesh when everything else is reduced to minuscule, fragmented, quarter to half-inch bone fragments? I just find that odd. It's almost like they needed to make sure they had something to get a DNA profile. That's all. That's all. You know what I mean? I'm not saying she's not dead. I'm just saying I find it very odd that we have this one perfect little piece of tissue that was able to generate a profile when everything else is crematoriumly burned.
They
Right?
pulled that piece out when they realized that they had to be able to identify the body after they started burning it.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's what happened. So that being said, she could have been hit in the head with an axe and killed, and they could have shot her in the head afterwards to make sure they had a beveled head skull. These people are diabolical.
But wouldn't the skull, like, how many parts of it, like, would we not see a big axe mark on it too, as well as that little hole fragment area?
I don't think we have enough of the skull to really know what happened, right?
Most of it's a huge amount of it's missing.
Yeah. I mean,
I guess that's too.
Doc's in chat. Welcome, Doc. He says item BZ muscle tissue was used to obtain genomic DNA. 1 in a billion chance that it wasn't Teresa Hallback. Mitochondrial DNA analysis confirmed that the tissue sample matched Karen Hallback. It is Teresa. No bones have been tested.
That's the only point. That's the only point I was trying to make, is that we never got a DNA profile off of any. That's what Zellner wanted to do, and for some reason, the state of Wisconsin is very scared of that happening and actually destroyed them all. And we know that happened the day after, thanks to Eugene, the day after the Wisconsin Innocence Project received $2 million for DNA testing to help get wrongfully convicted inmates out of prison. They destroyed all the bones in this case, right? In fact, it looks like the only
Anything irrelevant.
It looks like possibly the only item left that may be able to be tested is a piece of BZ, which isn't, we want to test the bones. So why would they do that? It's just another oddity in the case. See, if Teresa was, here's a theory. Let's say Teresa Halbach was killed by Andres Martinez, right? And Andres Martinez was getting arrested for trying to kill his wife. Okay? Would the Halbachs be willing to let their daughter's murderer be known as Stephen Avery to help save Wisconsin $36 million? If they had been told Stephen Avery was a bad guy and it was only a matter of time before they hurt someone else, like their daughter was hurt, would they want her death to be used for good? I mean, did I fall out?
Well, the Hallbachs would never have to know if there was any other circumstance besides Stephen Avery, because the Hallbachs are only going to know what the cops tell them. So the cops never even have to mention that it was something else.
The only reason I'm saying that is because what if they quietly gave back the Hallbachs Teresa's real body, except for a little piece of BZ, and then they used.
So they agreed to frame Stephen Avery after they know their daughter was killed by somebody else?
Someone else that's going to prison for what he did to his wife. But now there's this really bad guy.
Did he go to prison for life?
I don't, 27 years or something. I don't know. I'm just saying, what if? I mean, what are they
I
the
think
kind
Martinez is actually out of prison now because he was represented by Len Kaczynski, who made a mistake. He failed to inform Martinez of one of his rights. He was going to be deported or something if he agreed to, if he pled guilty or something. I can't remember. Anyway, there was a violence, so the whole case was thrown out, and he's free as far as I understand.
Imagine.
The problem I see is Andre Martinez is a nut job. So although he's perfectly capable of killing someone, I don't see him as the kind of person you're going to hire to go kill someone, because he's not going to keep his mouth shut.
Well, he didn't, though, did he?
Someone else can give him another $500 and say, well, here's 1,000 if you tell on the cop.
I mean, and he hasn't kept his mouth shut. He told Barb he knew Brendan was innocent. He wrote his brother. I don't know. It's just, all I know is there's a lot of shady shit going on in Manitowoc County. And the question is, how shady were they?
And that's why that's why it's very tough for me to get on board with putting the murder on the cops, because covering up a crime is one thing, but actually committing the crime yourself is another, especially when you're talking about murder.
I need more.
Yeah, it's to say they would, because I don't think any of these cops are capable of committing the murder personally. And then the idea of hiring somebody to do it, you better have the absolute ultimate trust and control of that person to know that they will never turn on you, because what you're about to do is not only commit murder, but you're about to frame a completely innocent person of it and involve, state and local agencies in doing so. So if that story ever comes out, you're not only are you toast, but you're toasting all kinds of people. So I can't. It's got to be somebody else. The cops stumbled upon something. I don't know if it was Teresa's full body or something, and that's where it went. And they simply reacted to what they found.
So to that, I would say that cops, prosecutors, judges are human beings just like we are, and we all commit crimes every day. I think that we have been ingrained since birth to believe that because you're a cop, because you're a prosecutor, because you're a judge, you are above suspicion. You are a person without fault. And I think that that's intentional. But throughout history, there have been cases after cases after cases of cops, prosecutors, judges, and I'm not talking about just them. There's other people in positions of authority that we have been taught are people we can trust, that they are people who know better than we do what we need, right? Who don't give two shits about us as a society and human beings as a whole. I think if you're labeled as someone who doesn't matter, then it's easier to get rid of you and think that it's not something that is a problem. So Kasurik, I encourage everyone to really, if you have the ability, study Tom Kasurik, his just what he's done. Read the newspapers. Just look at how he has used the criminal justice system to make himself basically a Tony Soprano type person, but with law enforcement on his side of Manitowoc County. One of the first cases he participated in was taking two brothers who were labeled as problem kids and setting them up and putting them in prison for killing a woman, and they didn't commit the crime. One of the brothers allegedly committed suicide in prison. The other one spent like 20 years in, and their only sin was, they happened to piss off Tom Kasurik. And anyone who can put an innocent person in prison for a crime they didn't commit is capable of killing a human being as well, because it's going to prison if you're innocent is like dying. So I think that I think there's more evidence that someone connected to this lawsuit is responsible for Teresa's disappearance and death than there is evidence of anyone else doing it at this point. Because the officers, the prosecutors, all of these things that officers, prosecutors, attorney generals are doing that make no sense if the truth and justice is what they're really after, only makes sense if they're protecting a bigger scandal by telling the truth.
If they were planning this, like you're saying, they planned it all out, like at the county highway office by George Zippers. Like, to me, that sounds like you're saying that, and on the 3rd when they find the car. So did they find the car and that's what they're responsible for, or did they actually kill her?
I think what happened is, like,
because if they planned to kill her, this is my thing. If they had planned to kill her to end the lawsuits at any time during the lawsuits, why wait till why not do it if they're watching Steven? Why not do it on the 10th when he makes the hustle shot call where he doesn't call the office, he's not calling Auto Trader. This is an actual hustle shot where he called her phone. And then again, if they're planning it, why have Cuss Road? Why have the quarry? Why have any of that stuff? They would have planned it out perfectly so that they could go about this case with all of the protocols. To me, it's too sloppy to be them killing her. What I see happening is somebody killed her. They come across this car, they find the car probably has the body in it or somewhere nearby. And the key, I believe, was in the back seat in that bag with the tripod. I think that key was in the car. It's one key. It's it's not her set of keys, whatever. So I think they just came across this and then they tried to do the best they could. It's as sloppy as it was, but you can see how sloppy it was. If they were planning it, to me, I think they would have done a better job at doing the planting and the planning, because they've been planning for it for 2 years.
Yeah.
All the mistakes they made, all the contradicting reports between different officers, the mess with the burn pit, all of that stuff is all reactive to me. It's not something that they had already pre-planned. It's something like, oh crap, we got to do something with this stuff. Okay, let's put it here. These guys were like stumbling their way through this. So that's why to me that's what happened. And
that's what I see. I see a lot of it was all reactive. Look at what happened. If you move forward in time.
So I think that Couché's deposition was the turning point for something had to be done. And then next up, after Couché's deposition, was Kasurik. And no matter what, Kasurik could not put his hand on the Bible. Could not. Because he wasn't going to tell the truth. And Glenn and Kelly had the goods to show that everything he said was a lie, right? And once it
But
goes,
yet they allowed Cush to get on the stand, who basically makes them look like a bunch of idiots in a lot of ways with that stupid framing of the frame, the framing of the framing. And if they wanted to stop the lawsuit, why just wait for the last two? Why not stop them in the beginning?
because I think that, well, you got to remember now, they tried not to get deposed at all. Remember, they tried to get their names. They had been trying all along to derail this lawsuit, right?
But the lawsuit was like a year prior, so why wait a whole year right before they're going to actually,
Because
you know, like,
because here's what
Teresa was, you know, out at the Averys as early as June. So why not do it in June or August or September?
Because they weren't thinking that was going to have to be done in June. You got to think about what all they tried to do first, right? Look, you have to approach it.
But just think, if they would have just murdered Teresa and framed him for a job earlier on, they wouldn't have been having to do all that work. Try to get him to stop him.
Try and get him to
They
drop.
would have been stopped when he committed murder.
No.
Here's a thought. If you're going to go so far as to kill someone to make the lawsuits go away, why not kill Stephen?
Well, Peterson didn't get him to do that, guys. I mean, he told y'all.
But I mean, if we're saying the cops
Because
went so far as to personally kill someone, why not kill Stephen? Why kill a completely innocent person?
Because Kacirik is sadistic and he wanted Stephen to suffer. I mean,
And it wouldn't kill the lawsuit.
No, and
I think it would have proceeded.
Yeah, if Stephen Avery died, people would want to know why. He would
Well,
still
that'd be a wrongful death suit then.
Kacirik wanted Stephen Avery back in prison and labeled a rapist, minimum, right? Because he said he was one, damn it. So that's what he wanted, because Kacirik and Kacirik's world thinks that he knows and he controls everything. I'm telling y'all,
But he didn't control everything at that point. I mean, he might have had some say in what was happening. And look, this is going to affect your department and yada, yada, yada. But at that point, he's not even working for the department anymore.
But he's right across the street, isn't he? Liz.
Oh, yeah, he did work across the street.
That's right. Because Kacirik ain't, I mean, he's probably now, because he's probably closer to 80 now. He's probably slowing down now, but you're talking about in 2005, because Kacirik was like 60, 65. So so not only is this lawsuit not going away, they couldn't frame him with the Marie Avery rape and make him a rapist again, right? They tried that. And then
I think it has to do with Kacirik being sued, but it has to do with the department. That's why the other men were kind of, okay, well, we'll just go along with this because it makes our department look bad. I don't think they really cared if it ended up making Kacirik look bad. Not all of them, at least. Some of them probably didn't really work with Kacirik that much, like Dave Remiker.
Well, no, Remiker was involved in Avery's 96 appeal.
But he was a newbie. You know, he was young at 96. He was like only 19, 20, 21 years old probably then.
So yeah, he's looking, so he worked with Kacirik from the time, that's when men are their most impressionable, actually, from about 21 to 30. If they have an authority figure that really impresses them, they have a tendency to influence the kind of person they are for the rest of their life. You know?
Maybe that's true.
Yeah.
I just don't see them going to like one of these officers and being like, kill this guy, kill this girl for me, and let's frame Avery for me. I don't think it was just for him, so to speak.
I think
like it's the county that's being sued too. They might lose their jobs if they cut budgets for the county. If the county loses a third of that $36 million, I think that played on some of these officers' minds too. It wasn't just let's do this for historic. No. It was let's do it for our own selves, our own
everyone
life. You know,
everyone versus Stephen Avery. Even his own family was able to be convinced that putting Stephen in prison was the right thing to do, right? Everyone, they got in everyone's head. And I don't think, let me be clear here. I don't think in the beginning this was a massive conspiracy of get Stephen Avery. I think it was a core group. It was Colburn, Kusurik, probably Link. Peterson said, fuck y'all, I'm leaving. Couche, maybe. I don't even know about Couche because they had a falling out. And I think it's someone from the Manitowoc Highway Department. Now, years ago, I read a post by someone who didn't post a lot, but they would find some amazing connections. And Andrew Colburn used to pal around with a highway department guy. They were real close. And the highway department guy was also like would help Colburn work on his vehicles at home. And this person supposed, or I don't know what is that the right word for it, that this is not my thinking, but it's that the battery that was traced, the interstate battery that was traced to
That was case file reviewer.
I think it might have been him. The more I'm talking about this, that
The battery came from the Manitowoc Highway Department.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay. And it came from Colburn's friend. I think, and that's so. I think it was that dude, Colburn, Kusurik, and Link. Probably. Peterson said nope, I don't want no part of it. And their original plan was to make it look like Avery set up, I don't know about setting up a hustle shot or kidnapped her from his property, took her to another property, assaulted her, and killed her. Right? So wherever this other location is, and I think we all can agree the original crime happened somewhere else. So my leading theory is that they killed her in a location, planted some shit of Stevens there, planted the sign from Xander Road in his trailer, and officers were supposed to see that sign, go to Xander Road. Something of Stevens would be there. We know that he was bleeding. So on the 4th or the 3rd, when they went through his trailer, did they swipe some of his blood and put it in wherever they had her body displayed or had the crime scene displayed? And then cooler heads, meaning those with a college education who know how a murder case works, said there's no way you can get him off the property when his cell phone tower and the calls all put him on the property that day. Right? So, but I don't think they ever admitted to killing her. I don't think a lot of the people even know. They probably suspect Kusurik is at the heart of it because they know what kind of shit he does. We only suspect how evil he is. They know how many people he has stolen their lives from. So I think that they did it because Stephen Avery, like y'all are saying, was going to destroy Manitowoc County. The libraries would close. Any kind of extracurricular program funded with taxpayers' dollars would be the first to go. Right? Pensions would suffer. People would have to, jobs. Kusurik's name would be ruined. Anyone attached to the 85 case at all would be just ruined. So it's just my leading theory. I can't find anything to debunk it. Nothing. Everything I find only lends that it could very well is probably what happened.
Well, I guess the first problem I can throw in there is the crime you're planning to commit to cover up the other crime is worse than the other crime. So the consequences.
What crime?
So what's the worst case scenario for Kusurik if the deposition goes forward? What's the worst case for him? Is he going to prison?
Possibly.
I don't think he would. I think the worst he would face, him and Rohr both, would be financial. and it's hard to put a financial number on that, but I think that's the worst case that would happen is a financial hit. And then there's the hit to the county itself, which it's pretty well known that there was no way Stephen was going to get 36 million. If he even got half of that, I would have been surprised. So, and all the people in power would have understood that as well, because there's been lawsuits before, and just about everybody knows most lawsuits end up settling or end up with about half of what they ask for. So the hit to the county would have been somewhat substantial, but not substantial enough to put the department in any real danger or anything like that. It could have been overcome. So to say that we're going to commit this other crime, this murder, that would have monumentally worse consequences than the crime we're trying to cover it up for, and that's why I still can't make that connection.
Right. And
because if somebody comes along and tells the whole story on what happened to Teresa, and it comes back to the person who planned it, if that was Kosurik, now you are going to prison, and or worse, who knows?
And a bunch of your buddies are going with you.
Right. So
how much research have you done into Manitowoc County's insurance coverage at the time of Stephen's arrest and trial in 1985?
Oh, the insurance company had already said that they would deny the coverage, because that would have came down to malfeasance, and no policy will ever respond when it's intentional.
So even Manitowoc County government, any acts that weren't intentional but were still unethical and could have been covered with the lawsuit, Manitowoc County was woefully underinsured during this time. What's interesting, and I didn't do this research, me and Jax were just talking about this, but there's a great post on Reddit and that explains it. Actually, because of right around 85, 86, because of the insurance crisis that was going on, all of the local governments banded together and started their own, it's like mutual insurance funds.
Self-insured.
Yeah, they became their own insurers, and they would use the employees' retirement funds, from what I understand, to buy policies to insure the counties to have this liability insurance, yada, yada, yada. And then if you don't pay out, you get money back and all this, and it helps the employees have a bigger pension and stuff like that. So all of those, that was going to be a problem, but they didn't have insurance for 4 or 5 months the year Stephen was arrested. Like, the cops weren't even running their cop cars because they didn't have insurance. They couldn't do their job. So there was a case of another man who had been wrongfully convicted. His case wasn't quite as obvious as Stephen's, and a jury had awarded him like $29 million. And I personally think that Glenn and Kelly had done their homework, and I think that Stephen Avery would have gotten a shit ton of money, personally. I know people think that 3 or 4 million if he was lucky, and I can understand that. I personally think that Glenn and Kelly would have painted Stephen Avery as a very sympathetic character that was intentionally targeted, that Manitowoc County fabricated and falsified witness statements, police reports, to make him look like he was a serial sexual predator, when all along Gregory Allen, who they all knew was the person was responsible for Penny Bernstein, and they allowed Gregory Allen to remain free.
I think they would have been. I think it'd have been lucky to get. Well, not lucky, but I think 5 to 8 million would have been a. We're gonna offer you that and not go to court. Let's just get it closed. $5 to $8 million.
And Not to mention, we're talking about a guy who was okay with stealing a kid's future for a crime he didn't commit, who is now going to have to sit there and admit that he did that. I just don't see Kasurek doing that. I think he put Stephen Avery right back in prison first.
No, Kasorek's too arrogant for that.
Yes. I think
Kasurek would have taken the fifth on everything.
Kasurek wasn't going to get deposed. He was not deposed, and he did.
I feel certain something was going to happen to stop those depositions. Period.
I still don't understand why the lawyers didn't proceed with those depositions
I don't either.
anyway. Because at that point, when he was arrested on the 9th, he was only arrested on the 9th for a charge of a gun, have a felony, and there was no arrest yet of his being a murderer. So I'm a little confused why the lawyers even dropped it at all, because they could have still deposed these two men and had some answers.
Yep.
And maybe they could have gotten a better settlement in February for him instead of this settlement that they got for $400,000 that he only got 200 of.
I think they settled. You know why I think they stopped? I think they were scared Stephen Avery was going to friggin' hang himself in prison if they didn't. I would not be surprised to learn that they were.
Why would he hang himself in prison if they did not continue his lawsuit against a wrongful conviction?
And he had every right to attend the deposition.
Because he wouldn't hang himself in prison, but yet they would still find him hanging. Do you understand? I think Glenn and Kelly were scared they were going to kill him if they continued. They knew Stephen Avery didn't kill Teresa. They knew that. But yet he's in prison. He's being arrested, being looked at. You know what I mean? I mean, think about what there's. They don't want him to die. I think that's why. Because unlike him,
I think it was a huge mistake.
I agree. They should have kept going. It was a mistake to stop just because he was arrested.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that the Kasurek or anybody else would have known that by popping Avery for this crime that the depositions would have stopped. They would have had no way of knowing that, because simply arresting, even arresting him for murder, wouldn't have stopped the depositions. They could have went forward with it.
They could have.
Remember, they couldn't find him on the 9th, right?
No, they found him. They just couldn't get to him.
That's right. So I know y'all are like but I mean, you got to think about. You got to put yourself in their shoes and how fast everything is happening and how absolutely just unbelievable all of this is, because they know Stephen didn't kill that girl. They know he's being set up again, but yet the news media doesn't want to listen to you. They're not even giving your client God-given rights, according to the Constitution, to get to talk to an attorney. You know what I'm saying? I think they were legitimately afraid that if that deposition happened, that Stephen Avery would be dead.
Maybe. That might have crossed their mind.
Got a question. Dark Side of the Moon's got a question. She says, who stopped the depositions?
Tom Kasurek.
No, he didn't stop them. That would have been the civil attorney. Tom Kasurek.
On this.
Tom Kasurek didn't have any control over that.
I would like to know when that conversation happened with all the lawyers that they decided they were not going to move forward with that. Like,
it had to be late
did that even happen? I mean,
it had to be late now on the 9th or early on the 10th.
But wait, his thing was for the 10th, right?
Yep.
Who was it? Which one? Vogel or Kasurek?
Kasurek.
So he's not even arrested yet until the 9th. So for all they knew, they like that whole week they were still proceeding with the Like, or did it happen early when they first went to the Avery property on the 5th? Is that when they stopped him? Or did they stop him after he was arrested? Like, I would like to know that
No,
answer.
they didn't. They didn't stop until long after the murder charge came through, because that's when Stephen realized he needed a lawyer.
Well, that's
And
when he
wasn't
settled. But why did they not do the deposition of Kosarik and Vogel?
Oh,
They
good
could have
question.
still done
I
that,
don't think that's
right?
ever
Like,
been. I
when
don't
did
think
they
that's ever been made
decide?
known.
The 10th was that same week that they're still on his property doing shit, right? So on that day, there should have been a deposition. What made that stop?
Right.
Kosarik wasn't part of the searches or anything. The lawyers had nothing to do with the property. Stephen was stuck off of his property at that point. Let's say even the 9th or like all that week. So like it's like why couldn't they go forward? Like, when did they decide? Was it the 10th? They decided they just weren't going to meet? Like, they had to cancel it at some point, right? Or did they all actually go for this deposition and then decide at the deposition that they just weren't going to ask any questions? Like, I just would like to know when exactly that
that would be a
happened.
question that they would have to answer, because I don't know the answer to that one.
I'd have to ask Glenn, Stephen Glenn or whatever his name is, or Walter
Yeah,
Kelly.
I don't think it was ever mentioned anywhere why they actually stopped or didn't go forward on the 10th.
I think the focus came trying to get Stephen out of jail, patient, and the lawsuit became secondary. What became primary was trying to find Stephen adequate defense attorneys to fight this charge. I think it was a mistake, because I think.
But again, on the time the depositions would have happened, the only thing Stephen was in jail for was felon in possession. That's it.
Yeah,
That's it, a felony possession of gun charge, yep.
That charge was created to hold him, to stop the Kosarik deposition and to get him arraigned on murder, right? I mean, because they had to file the paperwork to make him a felon, because they didn't file it upon.
He was already a felon from burning a
felon.
No. Okay, here's the
what
thing.
it was is they just didn't have the records handy dandy on their computer system, because they were from the 80s, I think.
No, what happened was, because he was exonerated, they thought that they were going to allow that. This is why he was able to go hunting, because he filed a hunting license. They didn't register him as a felon. They, you know what I mean? It was like what's that called? Not coup de grace, but like a gimme. Because we convicted you, we're not going to punish you. You can go and
that was a mistake. They screwed up.
That's not what happened, though. He had a felony prior to that, and that felony would have still been on his record, except it wasn't on his computerized CCAP record or whatever they call it. The only felony probably on that CCAP record at that time was the one he was exonerated for, so they didn't realize that they had that felony.
No, because he was also, remember now, he was doing two crimes, right? He was doing Morris and Penny.
That's right.
Yeah. No, they knew about the burglary, and they chose not to register him as a felon because they fucking fucked him. They chose to do that. They let him out. That's why Pratt
He wasn't exonerated from the felony, though, for the cat burning.
I'm not saying he was exonerated. What I'm saying is they allowed him not to register as a felon.
Register? Do you have to go and register somewhere as a felon?
You sign papers before you get out of prison, registering. They put you in the system.
Okay, but did he sign those papers when he got out for the cat burning? Because that's the felony that he would have had to sign for, right?
No, he would have had.
When he got out of prison, in 2003, the Sandra Morris thing had already been over 6 years. He only got 6 years, and I think that was for felony, a felon with a gun. Isn't that what he got for Morris? Wasn't that part of his thing for that?
Yeah, I can't remember what the charge was.
They had the records on their CCAP, so they didn't know it.
So he has a burglary of the bar, which is the felony. He has the cat burning. He has the aggravated assault, which is Sandra Morris. And then he had the attempted homicide, sexual assault of Penny, which was he was exonerated from. Now, what happens is when you are released, they, put you in the system as a felon. They give you paperwork, and then you go and you register. Well, actually, I think you register right then, but you may have to go the next day and register. They didn't require him to do that. Okay. That was their choice. They also, when he went to register for hunting, which is getting a gun, right? Being allowed to legally hunt with a gun, they allowed
I
him.
thought I heard that when they do that, they don't check, and that's up to you. And then if you actually have a license, it doesn't matter if you're a felon, you can get a license, but you can't actually use a gun. And what gun was he using was a muzzle loader or whatever, and that isn't classified, I don't think, as a weapon that a felon can't use. I think that's kind of that whole thing.
It to using any gun because they backdated him as a felon. But from what I understand, he hunted the year previous and got a deer, and it wasn't with the muzzleloader. The muzzleloader is not a federal felon. It's not, you don't have to, federally, it's not a gun that you can be charged as a felon for having. State in Wisconsin, you can. Now, in Florida, if you're a felon, they will not give you a hunting license, not for a gun. You can get a boat license, but that's a different one. You can't get a gun.
I remember Deb Strauss doing yada, yada, yada with all this stuff to get it corrected or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And you can't find that paperwork. I've tried to get it. They won't give it to you.
Oh, I think I've got it.
Yeah, I want the paperwork because I know what happened.
Yeah, I think I've got it.
What happened? They were trying to find a way to get him. There still wasn't enough evidence to tie Stephen to the crime, right? That's why the bones had to be found in his burn pit. That's why they couldn't be found in the Manitowoc County Court, because it had to be something that Stephen and only Stephen had access to. And they hadn't put that theory together yet. So that's
I actually have something here about the depositions, a deposition dispute. However, it was before the murder, so it's on October 26th. That's the same day that Couchet was deposed and was forced to reveal that Colburn and Kosarik, suppressed exculpatory evidence. So on that day, Kosarik and his lawyers contacted the judge to dispute the terms of his deposition, suggesting that certain questions he should not have to answer because attorney-client privilege applies. Normally in a deposition, you have to answer everything. It doesn't matter what they ask. How big your cock is, you got to answer. And then later the judge will rule. Sorry, Kosarik, you have to answer every question, and we'll deal with admissibility after. So I think that's partly why Kosarik would have been so nervous, because he knew that he was fucked over, presumably by Couchet, and knew that he was going to have to sit down and answer every single thing that they asked him, with Stephen Avery sitting there looking at him.
Yep, and he couldn't hide behind his badge.
Coincidentally, 26th is also the same day the mystery warrant was signed by Willis, which quit allowing Jody to go to Huber, qualify for Huber, just for those first few days, though, which I find odd, because we have that call where Stephen had her out for the for like something to do with probation and parole on the 4th, but they made sure that she couldn't leave on the 31st and of on that Monday. Now that has me wondering, what calls from Jody and Stephen do we not have?
There are about 4 or 5 calls between, best I can recall now, between October 28th and November 7th. There are 4 or 5 calls I can't get, at least. I'm basing this on, there's a CD, or maybe a couple of CDs, that were made for Deb Strauss. There is a DCI report 299 details the 78 calls that she listened to. There's partial summary. But in addition to that, there are 5 calls that are not on those CDs. They're not included. I've tried to get both and have been denied at every turn.
And just one other thing about the depositions in the lawsuit. The next thing that was filed after that deposition dispute was a month later in December 2005, where they apparently were still going through with discovery. They're filing motions about discovery and when they're going to turn over, I guess, Stephen's lawyers were looking to introduce expert testimony about how, these police practices deviated from standard police practices. So it seems like at least in December, they were still moving forward, but I don't know why the depositions stopped.
It's always been a real question for me, and to me, it was a huge mistake. They should have proceeded because, I haven't done a huge amount of research, but from what I did read, he still had every right to proceed with his civil suit and attend the deposition. I don't know.
There's 7 calls that are missing from that I remember. One on the 28th, one on the 30th, one on the 1st, one on the 2nd, one on the 3rd, and 2 on the 4th. And that's just to the 4th.
I can't disagree with that at all. Because remember, Jinx, there's that screenshot you gave me that's got those calls from on Stephen's bill that we don't have. I know we don't have those.
That's what I'm looking at right now. And I marked one of the 3rds on there, I think. But somebody pointed out we have one from the 3rd, but it's actually not from Stephen's phone. It's the one. It was the one to Ma's house. So I didn't mark that one on this paper, but that one's missing too. The one from his house.
Yep.
On the 3rd, later that evening.
It's like the number one go-to guilters use for there's no way that this was done to frame Stephen is that no one knew Teresa was coming to the property until that morning, right?
That's right.
Like, Teresa didn't even know she was going to the property until noon.
That's right. She didn't know. There's no way. That's why,
They didn't have the address over there until noon.
That's why a lot of us say that this was an opportunity that they took up. Yeah. Whatever happened to her.
But we know that Monday was Manitowoc Day, right?
What do you mean?
On her schedule, yes, most of the time, yes.
Oh yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
If Stephen was to call, and put let's say this is how I think this is how I theorize it probably went. Him and Barb and whoever talked about selling the van a couple weeks in advance. They worked on it that weekend prior, right? Got it all up and running. Then sometime during the week, the calls we don't have, he's like, yeah, I'll call her Monday and have her come out. Because he had other things he had to do that day too. So he was just thinking, he would just stay home, take care of Jody's shit, get the van listed in the Auto Trader. Because he seems like a guy who, for as much as he could be, was kind of organized about what he did. And he probably mentioned it to her, mentioned it to Barb. Barb mentioned it to Scott. And Scott, either knowingly or unknowingly spilled the beans to somebody. I mean, it could have been as simple as...
If he had been planning to sell the van for several weeks, then why not just set up the appointment a week in advance like he did with the other appointments prior to the 10th of...
Because
running. Why not just call her? Why not just call her directly on the that morning and
do a hustle shot?
Yeah.
So
maybe
allowed to have so many vehicles per person per year without IRS.
Stephen didn't expect her to be there that day either. Like, if you listen to Stephen says the same thing as Dawn, who worked at Auto Trader, says.
Liska?
Dawn Plitzka. She says that she told Avery that she didn't even know if Teresa was going to come that day, that they would set it up for the next week and try to get a hold of the photographer. Stephen repeats that same thing. So that is what Plitzka told him that morning. So it's not like he was in a rush to get it in the paper on the 31st. You know, it was like he called there. He asked her if she was available. She was going to be in a Manitowoc that day. They had a scheduled appointment that day. They called her and checked if she would do a same day. So he didn't even know that she was coming that day. In fact, he didn't know that she was coming at all. If Bobby or anybody at the Janda residence never told him that message came in, she just appeared on their property. In what we see for him.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he didn't get that message.
I think that they were monitoring the calls. If y'all look at the
So how would they have been monitoring the calls? Like, even Stephen didn't know. Like, were they monitoring? Now they're monitoring Teresa's fax machine where they faxed her. They didn't call her and tell her. I mean, they left her some messages, but they didn't actually talk to Teresa on the phone for any length of time until after 2 o'clock.
Right. If you read the Ameritech doc that's linked in the description, it'll explain all the services available to law enforcement. And one of the things is like a trap and trace and record a calls. So I think.
So now they're trapping and tracing not just Stephen. Now they're doing Teresa Halbach too.
No, they're doing the Avery property though. I think they're doing
all.
all.
But the Avery property they don't even know if she's coming. When she leaves the message for Barb, she don't even have the address yet for Avery Road. So she doesn't even know she's coming out there either, because she don't know. They don't know that she's coming. Call me back. I need your address. Still at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, nobody knew she was going over to that property until 12 noon.
Right.
But she got faxed that piece of paper to go to Avery's. And that was faxed by Auto Trader to Teresa. Teresa still, like, they would have known out of all of the calls and stuff going on at the Avery yard is that she was waiting for a call back to come. She didn't even know the address she was going to. So how would they know that she was even coming?
But she figured it out. The Avery Road on the address. She figured it out.
She figured it out, and she never called back and said, hey, I know your address, so I'm coming. So the police wouldn't know she was coming unless she left that message, right? So, like, as far as the police here, if they're actually listening to their phone calls on the property, is she called at 11:43 and said she'd come by, but she don't have the address.
No.
So they still don't know she's coming because nobody ever called her with the address at the Avery property.
They know there's a possibility that she's going to come because he called.
I don't know if you've never worked in this kind of industry and you've never lived rurally. It's not like she had a million things to do that day, right? So there's no way she's not going to come to Manitowoc and get that $20. It's, or $40 or whatever she gets. I think it's $17.50 because it's just
But how do they know that Teresa finally found out the address? Because in Teresa's mind, she's not going to the Avery. She's not going anywhere until she gets an address.
Because they know that Stephen gave the address when he called Auto Trader. Avery Road, right? There's only one Avery Road.
And according to Dawn Plitzka, she didn't even get that information until somebody took a call during her lunch break and got that address down that she was able to fax it over to her.
But
she could only understand Janda and the number, right? Like, isn't that Dawn's testimony?
But do we not? But we do know that Dawn Plitzka has definitely testified to help law enforcement, right? I mean, we all agree that she has exaggerated and stated things that sell their narrative that are just, that don't really coincide.
Even Dawn Plitzka didn't know that she was going to the Avery yard until she called her at 2:27 and told her that it was the Avery brothers.
But
she didn't even know it was Steven. She just knew it was the Avery brothers.
So we have an address of Avery Road, and we have the fact that she's been there multiple times. Avery Road. You know, I mean, it's just
But
it's.
But
I
the
think
thing is you're saying they're
to sell everyone in
as far as the Avery property and them monitoring them. That property did not even know she was coming at that point.
I think they're overselling the spur of the moment issue. It's Avery Road. Multiple times.
And even Don Blitzka told him on the phone, supposedly when he gave his address and everything, that she might not be able to come today. It would be next week. So if the cops are listening to that, now they're thinking next week, right? Like she might not even come this week. So I just don't see how they found out that she was going to be there, that they were able to kill her, I guess.
That's why I think this is an opportunity for whatever happened to.
After she's dead, in my opinion.
That's what I think.
To go back to the phone monitoring thing. I've had several occasions to have to work with a phone company to get a trace. They don't play around. If you're going to do a track and trace, you better have a warrant. They're not just going to say, okay, we'll do it. You're going to have paperwork in their hands before they're ever going to do anything like that.
Yeah, because that's federal.
And that happened every time I had to do it.
That's federal.
If you a tech document, they provide several third party vendors that will do it without warrants for cops in their document.
There's no way they're going to do that. That's violation of all kinds of federal regulations.
I know what the document says. I didn't make it up. So it's in there. So, and this was dated in 2004. So I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just showing you what I found. That's all. That's all. It's in the description box. It's like 14 pages. It's really interesting, actually. It's pretty interesting stuff, for sure. I learned a lot from it. But I think we have been encouraged that it is difficult to monitor without proper paperwork. With reality is, it is quite easy to do so, and the technology to do it is readily available and not very expensive. And there are plenty of agencies that are willing to help you do it for the right price. I mean, all we have to do is look at Brenda Schuler to know that for money, people will do anything. Right? Because, I mean, she has all the evidence we have, and she's still going around sucking Ken Kratz's big toe scum. So, I'm just, that's all. I got to get off of here. We've been on, how long have we been on?
4 hours and 22 minutes.
Yeah. Every time I'm like, we'll run an hour and a half. And then we have these amazing discussions, and I'm so thankful that everybody joined in, and I hope no one's angry. I'm like, please, I don't want to make people mad. I want evidence that proves these cops are not evil, corrupt pieces of shit. But what we want them to be, we want them to be men of character and men who value human beings and recognize that all life is precious. I have too much evidence that says that's not who these guys are.
I think we're way past. I mean, I think we know that there's serious. What do we say? Morally and ethically bankrupt. We use that term a lot, but
Yeah.
I think we know that
everybody agrees on that. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Y'all, that Penny Bernstein and Tom Kosurik lived right next door to each other. Their kids rode the bus together. They went to church together. His wife's name was Penny, and they were good friends. They served on charity boards. Now, this man would talk to her, sit by her in church, wait at the bus stop with her kids while she healed from a vicious, and I mean vicious, choke marks. He choked her unconscious. He blackened both of her eyes. She could not speak because he beat her so bad in her face. And this man knew that Stephen Avery did not commit this crime. He knew that the man who did commit that crime was free. And he did not set him up to get him off the streets. All right. Now, what kind of human being would allow someone capable of doing what was done to Penny Bernstein remain free?
Well, we have to look at we have to consider motive here too. Not just the type of person he is.
If he's in the business of setting people up and putting them in prison, right? Yep. Because all he had to do was set Gregory Allen up like he set up Stephen Avery.
Yeah, but he wasn't interested in Gregory Allen. That wasn't his problem.
Interested in protecting women. That's what.
That was lower down on his list of things to do, I think.
He doesn't value women. He doesn't value human life. He doesn't value he doesn't recognize how vicious and violent sexual assault is to a woman. He has no problem with any of that. That's the kind of person we're dealing with. And
well,
this
I think he does, and he just uses it for his own benefit, you know.
You think he what?
I think he does recognize it, and he just uses that to his benefit because he had to know. He had to know.
He had to know what? I don't think he cares, Jax.
Well, no, he didn't because, like I said, I have to look at besides him being a shitty person. He was motivated. He was motivated to go after Stephen Avery.
No, he wasn't. He was already going to prison.
Well, I'm talking about in that aspect. He was motivated to go after Stephen Avery. I'm not talking about after the fact. I'm talking about when he did it.
Stephen was already going to prison when Gregory Allen raped Penny Bernstein, right? Because he had committed the Sandra Morris incident.
Yeah, but he wanted more.
But what about?
There was no guarantee that he would have gotten prison time either. I mean, right? Like he could have gotten probation or something like that. Like
or a lighter sentence, right?
See, y'all are making
it. They could have given him a year or 6 months because the reason he got 6 years, that's what he got for the Sandra Morris thing, right? He got 6 years. And they didn't try him for that case until after he was convicted of the sexual assault on Penny Bernstein.
Right.
So they gave him a harsher sentence because of that conviction. So he got the maximum for what they could give him for that crime, which was 6 years. So there's no guarantee that he was going to go to jail for, there wasn't even any guarantee that he was going to go to jail for that crime either, because he was still innocent until proven guilty with that crime.
I'm not making my argument clear. All right. My concern is the fact that this man has allowed a violent predator who harmed a woman who he watched heal for months. Okay. And this affected her greatly.
Oh, absolutely.
Not allow her perpetrator to remain free to harm others. And he knew he was going to because he knows Gregory Allen's history. Nothing happens in his county without him knowing it. But he not only allowed him to remain free, he also fucked with her head and told her, don't worry, we got the right guy. You have nothing to fear. Now think about that. I want you to genuinely think about what kind of human being does that.
An evil one.
Yes. You're not dealing with a run-of-the-mill ordinary guy who just got caught doing something stupid. You're dealing with an evil, sadistic sociopath. Minimum sociopath, likely psychopath. He does not feel anything. He only knows what he wants for himself. That's the priority.
Can you imagine the pucker factor that he felt when it was revealed? I'm sure, I guess he heard, I don't know, about the 91 rape that Allen did to that woman in Hennepin County. And then it got identified, later in 2005. Can you imagine the pucker factor?
Well, I think that was likely the deciding factor. If we only knew when it got filtered to him, because that warrant was issued September 22nd.
Yep.
All right. And so then you have Link, Colburn, Couchet. Excuse me. And all this is building, right? All this is building in his brain. So it's like a pressure cooker. You know, he's probably thinking, I can get out from under Kalanchik's deposition. I can get out from under so-and-so. I can get out from under Link's. And then he probably got hit with Couchet and Allen within a week. And those two just that was probably what set everything in motion, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, we know that the warrant got signed. I mean, the actual thing got set in motion in May, right when the deposition started. So,
well, that was when they took his DNA. They took his DNA in May of 2005.
I think it was June. I think they took it in June. They signed. The judge signed the warrant in May. But I have to wonder how much of that got filtered and how far. I can't imagine that information went to too many people at all. I just can't believe it. It would have gotten out.
Yeah, they can't go. They do have, because Wisconsin and Minnesota are border states, they have separate legislation than Wisconsin has with all other states, right? But a prisoner is owned by the Department of Justice, which is the Attorney General's office, the Department of Corrections. All of that's under the AG. So basically, a visiting state cannot visit a prisoner without notifying the AG's office that they're going to do so, especially about a crime, a serious felony. And then they contacted what was the name? It was what was the name of the prison? He was in a prison in Dodge County.
Dodge County.
So then they go to Dodge County. They get a cop to go with them. That cop claimed to have an 87-page report, but when I asked for it, he destroyed it. Thought that was funny. So Dodge County goes with the Hennepin or the Hopkins guy. They go, they swab his mouth, they record Gregory Allen, tell him to go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
And then which we got that tape, but it don't play. So that came back. That was in May. I think it took like 3 weeks, and that says a lot about DNA testing and how long it should take. It took about 3 weeks to confirm that test. Yet there was this massive backlog on untested hits. Think about that. It took them 3 weeks to confirm it was Gregory Allen. And the warrant, I figured the reason you have from June to September, this was the discussion about how best to proceed. So they do a secret warrant. They don't announce it to the public, which why would you not announce a cold case DNA hit? A guy who's suspected of multiple rapes, of rape.
And at least one murder that he was a suspect in that we're aware of.
Yep.
It would have been a major, I'm telling you, it would have blown those depositions to hell and back.
It should have been a major press event, a great media event for DNA, for cold case units, make the cops look good. But instead, there's not about.
I'm telling you, that would have all that would have rolled right back to Vogel and Kasork's door, every bit of it.
There's no way Manitowoc County could have done anything to Stephen Avery if Gregory was also in the news. No way. They would not have been allowed 10 miles from it, much less. So,
all right, we're at 4 hours and 33 minutes. I'll wrap up.
All right. Great discussion, everyone. I hope y'all enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you to everyone in the chat.
Well, I love the point counterpoint because it keeps us honest, and we have to stay honest. We have to.
I love great discussions back and forth like this, as long as no one's getting like personally offended by what we're talking about, right? Because we didn't do any of this. Okay,
No.
we're trying to figure out what happened. And like I said, I know that this could very well be a stranger murder that Manitowoc County took advantage of. I know that. My leading theory is that it isn't, and I would welcome evidence to prove otherwise.
Well, just think about what we didn't know, 4 years ago. Think about what we might know in another year. That's what I keep reminding myself.
Yeah. Well, they've been in now. They got sentenced in 2007, so it takes 18 years. Where are we at now, y'all?
For 15 years.
Yeah. So, hopefully he'll be out by 2025, I mean, I can remember in 2021. I hate even saying 2025.
I remember 2016 and we had nothing, and look where we are now. So
Just as Danny has posted in CET chat, it is illegal to possess or use any firearm for hunting if you are a felon or have been prohibited from possessing a firearm under Wisconsin law. A hunting license does not authorize the purchaser the ability to possess a firearm for hunting.
Right.
So if Stephen was a felon, he couldn't have got a hunting license.
Well,
if he was classed as a felon.
Right. My argument to that is if they had told Stephen Avery, a registered felon, he never would have tried to get a hunting license. He was not trying to do anything to break the law, right?
Oh, well, maybe what happened there is that under the terms that Stephen was getting set free, is that he had the choice not to be known as a felon, so that he could get work and things like that. Because if you're a felon, it's got to be on your record, and you've got to tell your employer and everything like that. Maybe that was done as a I like to say a favour, but maybe that was done as a, we're sorry we fucking convicted you for the last 18 years, you know what I mean? Here's a wee bit of something, we'll no class you as a felon.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I think was done. I think we see that was done by the Democrats backhandedly get him registered as a felon in order to make him a felon in possession. See,
I'll see if I can find that paperwork.
Yeah, they couldn't even file a charge of being a possession because he wasn't registered as one, right? That is so. And why wouldn't he be registered? Because they chose not to do so. They tried to say it was because in the hurry to get a wrongfully convicted man out of prison, the paperwork wasn't filed. I think I read a media report that said that.
I'll see if I can find that paperwork of Strauss. I can't remember exactly what it said.
Yeah. Anyone got any last thoughts?
Just a couple of announcements. Of course, reading with Uncle Ken tomorrow at 3 Central with Dr. Selman and the gang. And not sure about open mic on Sunday. To be determined. We'll see.
All right. Thank you, everyone here in the chat. And I appreciate it. And we'll see you next week. Anybody got any idea of some calls or a topic you want to have discussed? Message us on Discord. Drop a idea in the CTE chat. And everyone have a great weekend.
This has been a Foul Play production.